Hello, YouTube peoples. I am insanely late, and I'm only slightly late today. This is good. It's been a very weird day. It's been a weird week. This whole weekend's been weird. And I keep getting flipped out because I keep thinking the puppy is whining in that really urgent, like I'm stuck and I need help way. But it's just they've started putting the railings on the balconies that are taking forever, but they're not fully secured yet. So there's parts of them that are rubbing together and they're wet and metal. So it's just like, puppy, where are you? And then I look down, he's right next to me, just looking at me like, what? What? I'm right here. I'm right here. Do you want to rub my belly? Because you can rub my belly. Because you're looking at me. So you must want to rub my belly. Here's my belly. But that's most of his thoughts on any given day. That and food and kitty mean. Which is especially true today. They've been at it all day, little brats, both of them. No, the kitty is definitely worse because he's figured out a precise spot to park his butt where the puppy has to go past him every time he wants to go from the kitchen to my desk where I usually am. And even though I've tried telling the puppy, you can go around, you don't have to go through this incredibly narrow space, he's a doggy, so he only knows one way of doing things. So that's the way that he goes from the kitchen to the desk. And the kitty parks himself at the one narrow spot the puppy has to go through and whacks him in the face every time. So Puppy has started stopping at the narrow space and then whining to get my attention. However, even when I'm looking directly at the cat and telling the cat that he's being a little bastard, there is still a 50-50 chance he will whack the puppy right in front of me. So they've been at it all day. That video I posted of the puppy barking and growling in his sleep, that was definitely at the cat. There is no way he was dreaming of anything but having a go at the kitty. Because Kitty's been such a little bastard today. Oh, and he's on my leg and he wants to come up. Okay, I will bring him up as soon as we clear the. Soon as we do our national anthem, I will bring up the puppy. Oh, and for anyone that missed the book burning video last week, it is up in the Discord and it is up on YouTube. And I will, the other two, I don't believe I ever put them up independently. I will. I'm trying to this week. Not tomorrow because I'm busy, but the following week, I'm gonna really try to get some YouTube things sorted. I've got some older reviews that were up on my channel that got taken down that I'm going to restore as much as I can. One of them already, I posted I uploaded a bunch of them to let YouTube clear them, make sure there's no copyright issues. One of them is getting hit with it's getting hit with a restriction I've never seen before, and it doesn't seem to be giving me an explanation. It's saying that it is partially blocked in some countries, but it doesn't seem to be claiming that it's for music, because as far as I know, there is no music in that review. Now, granted, these are reviews that I made of Handmaid's Tale Season 1, which came out like 6 or 7 years ago, so they were made back then. They were made in real time with the premiere of the show. So I don't remember them all, obviously, in perfect detail, but I think I had gotten rid of any of the music claims. So hopefully there will not be anything to get in my way. And then the other ones I'm going to throw up are some are older than that, some are newer than that. They're video reviews of specific movies. Because I do want to get into doing more of that. And I have a couple full-length episodes of shows that I am working on editing down to YouTube acceptable, not only length, but like getting around copyright, which everyone knows can be such a bitch. Because they will claim just about anything, even if they have absolutely no right. And YouTube will let them get away with it, unfortunately. All right, I think we're good on time. So now everyone rise for our national anthem, and then we'll have a puppy.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure." Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not. but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, no thank you, then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, yes, please, that's kind of you. And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, do you want tea? Because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, but you wanted tea last week. Or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, but you wanted tea last night. If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Hey, there we go. Hey, Persnickety, that's okay. We're glad whenever you're here. Where's my puppy? I promised him. Bo, where are you? Where'd you go? I don't know where he's gone. Don't worry, he'll be back in a minute. Ooh, the kitty is also gone. I am possibly very concerned. Because I don't see or hear either of them right now, and it's like when you don't see or hear small children. They are up to no good. Bo! Oh, I hear him getting off the couch. Oh, I'm sorry. Were you... No, come on up. Up, up, up. Yep, there we go. There he is! There's the puppy. There's the puppy. Oh, you have to look at my face because I have makeup on. You object. Okay, I have to turn all the way around just to show your cute little face. Because you won't look at the camera because you think you need to look at mommy all the time. Say hi. Say hi. I didn't try to eat the ducks, I swear. They didn't fall on the floor and I tried to grab the bag and run. That didn't happen. I didn't do it, I swear. I wasn't going to chew them. I wasn't going to eat Ralph. No, I wasn't going to eat Ralph. I didn't try and steal all the ducks. Yeah, you got caught, didn't you? You can't prove it. Yeah, he's just like, you can't prove it. You can't prove it. Okay, Bo, come on. When I'm wearing all this, you can't be all clawing at me. Okay, there we go. There we go. There's your sucky puppiness, okay? Why does your belly look red? I don't know why, but the camera's showing up things really red. Like, there's actually, it looks like there's a mark on my upper lip, and there's not. Like, I looked in the mirror. There's nothing there. This is real, but it's not nearly so red. Neither is his belly. So I'm not sure why everything is showing up really red on the camera. I might see if I can play with that later on to turn the red down. I don't know. Is it the curtains in the background? Can't blame it on that. Okay, I gotta read a book. And I need my hands. He doesn't care. Okay. I'm sorry I got you off the couch. Go back to the couch and pretend that it's all yours, okay? You don't have to share. It's all yours. Once he sticks his head down the corner, the world stops existing. All right, as always, we got to show off Ralph, our one and only duck so far, our inaugural duck. Isn't he cute? His bag of friends is nearby and ready for action. Should anybody donate $10, we will draw at random a duck, and you may name it if you are the person who gave the $10. Or if they don't say anything, chat is free to name the duck. We also have hen cups for $25. I miss these so much. And if anyone is insane and donates $50, I will chug whatever is in this glass. I'll refill it if it's, as long as it's not like over my nightly limit, I will refill. I've never chugged anything before, so I'm not promising that's going to be pretty, by the way. So let's get into this. Tonight we are actually reasonable on page count. Next week is not the case, but we only have 2 weeks left. We only have 2 weeks, and then we are done this book. And then I will set it on fire, partially live, next week. I will burn at least a few pages, as always, when we get to the end of the book. It's tradition, we will do it. I'm also going to be spending this week going back through this whole thing because I didn't fold any of the pages in half because I kept saying I need to highlight this, and I didn't have a highlighter, so I don't have any lines pre-marked to make the video when I burn it properly, because I like doing that, and I think it worked. So, see how much I suffer for you people, even between episodes? Also, I really would like to know if my StreamYards thing is working. I spent all day setting and resetting and reconnecting and re-emailing and verifying, and it was a lot. But it should be in working order at this point, I think. But until it gets a test run, I don't know for sure. I'm not cold and sweating at the same time because I'm still sick. It's been like 3 weeks and I'm still sick. This is ridiculous. But I'm mostly better. I'm 99% better. Yet yesterday was not a good day. I was really sick. It felt like hell. But I've been perking up most of the day, so it should be good. And I actually ate like a reasonable sized lunch. I haven't been eating much the last few months, so I think it's just catching up with me a bit. And it's the cold snap. You know how you always feel kind of black when it first gets cold? But we're here now, and yep, puppy went back to the couch. She's like, I'm out. I'm done. I'm going to sleep. Okay, so where we left off, and I can't believe I had to go back and look. We finished the world's worst therapy session. Christian was a dick about her car. When she insisted on driving, he threw a fit, literally, until she let him drive again, which I get that it was supposed to show like he has control issues and that's why he can't be in the passenger seat with someone who's driving he doesn't trust. But that was a really, 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 really pathetic, immature way to show it. It just made him look like a toddler, honestly. And then next thing we know, he has crashed his helicopter. Charlie Tango has gone down somewhere, and Anastasia's all, oh my God, what if he's dead? And there's still his proposal is still hanging out there. She hasn't answered him yet. No, I continue to say his therapist is the worst ever because he basically, what he told Anastasia boils down to, you are the cure for his abusive, sadistic tendencies. I don't know why, but something about you has him wanting to change those things. The problem is the only reason he claims he wants to or even feels he wants to change those is because she's insisting that he does and he wants her. So he's going to try and be a completely different person to be with her. And as we all know, that doesn't work. Like, I'm not saying you shouldn't adapt a little bit to a partner, but you cannot completely change your personality or your wiring around sexuality to please them. But nope, she's the magical cure for all of his childhood trauma so that he doesn't need to whip and beat little brown-haired girls anymore. I'm never letting that phrase go. Never. Never. I stare at flames mesmerized. They dance and weave bright blazing orange tips of cobalt blue in the fireplace in Christian's apartment. She really loves overdoing it with the colors. It's like a theme. And despite the heat pumping out of the fire and the blanket draped around my shoulders, I'm cold. Bone-chilling cold. I'm aware of hushed voices. Many hushed voices. They're in the background, a distant buzz. I don't hear the words. All I can hear, all I can focus on, is the soft hiss of gas from the fire. Should you be able to hear that if it's on? My thoughts turn to the house we saw yesterday. The huge fireplaces. Real fireplaces for burning wood. I'd like to make love with Christian in front of a real fire. I'd like to make love with Christian in front of this fire. Yes, that would be fun. No doubt he'd think of some way to make it memorable. Like all the times we've made love. I snort wryly to myself. Even the times where we were just fucking. Yes, those were pretty memorable too. Where is he? Are we saying there was no, like, transponder on this helicopter? The flames shimmy and flicker, holding me captive, keeping me numb. I focus solely on their flaring, scorching beauty. They are bewitching. Anastasia, you bewitched me. He said that the first time he slept with me in my bed. Oh no. I wrap my arms around myself and the world falls away from me, and reality bleeds into my consciousness. The creeping emptiness inside expands some more. Charlie Tango is missing. Anna, here. Mrs. Jones gently coaxes me. Her voice brings me back into the room, into the now, into the anguish. She gives me a cup of tea, and I take the cup and saucer gratefully, the rattle betraying my shaking hands. Thank you, I whisper, my voice hoarse from unshed tears and the large lump in my throat. Mia sits across from me on the larger-than-large U-shaped couch, holding hands with Grace. They gaze at me, pain and anxiety etched on their lovely faces. Grace looks older, a mother worried for her son. I blink dispassionately at them. I can't offer a reassuring smile, a tear even. There's nothing, just blankness and the growing emptiness. I gaze at Elliot, Jose, and Ethan, who are standing around the breakfast bar, all serious faces, talking quietly. Why is, like, okay, I think, at least in the book, the reason Jose is here is he's crashing with them. But, again, why is he here? Why are half the people who are here? Why are they waiting? Why are they gathered at Christian's place? Wouldn't they be either at Anna's place or at the parents'? Probably the parents'. Kate's in the TV room monitoring the local news. I hear the faint squawk from the big plasma TV. I can't bear to see the news item again. Christian Grey missing. His beautiful face on TV. Okay, so the guy is famous enough that within like an hour of his helicopter going down, the news is all over it because he's that big of like a local celebrity or whatever. And yet he can kidnap and assault a woman on a sidewalk and nobody takes a picture. Twice. I call so much bullshit. Idly it occurs to me I've never seen so many people in this room, yet they're still dwarfed by the sheer size. Little islands of lost, anxious people in my 50s home. Stop calling him that. I hate that as a nickname. What would he think about their being here? He would be pissed and you know it. And I suspect his family does too, and that, like, on some level, this is just an excuse to be in his apartment because he never wants anyone there. I completely think that's true. Somewhere Taylor and Karek I hate that name, are talking to the authorities who are drip feeding us information, but it's all meaningless. The fact is, he's missing. He's been missing for 8 hours. No sign, no word for him. The search has been called off? What? This much I do know, it's just too dark and we don't know where he is. He could be hurt or hungry or worse. No. Okay, get your fucking terms correct. The search has not been called off. It has been temporarily halted until there is daylight to continue searching. Saying that it has been called off means they're done. Like, they have decided he could not have survived, he's not coming back, and he's legally declared dead. That is what calling off the search is. Why do I have to start getting stuffy the second that I go live? Why? Because the evening it is getting cold. Okay, seriously think somebody on my floor has a dog because I keep hearing another dog, and then like every now and then, Bo will run to the door and bark in that way that says, "I see another dog and I want to play." And I've heard the other dog bark back. I didn't open the door though because I don't know the other owner and I don't want to be like weird. But plus, it sounds like the other dog's probably a puppy. So. I offer another silent prayer to God. Please let Christian be okay. Please let Christian be okay. I repeat it over and over in my head. My mantra, my lifeline. Something concrete to cling to in my desperation. I refuse to think the worst. No, don't go there. There is hope. Hear my lifeline. Christian's words come back to haunt me. Yes, there's always hope, and I must not despair. His words echo through my mind. I'm now a firm advocate of instant gratification. Carpe diem, Anna. What didn't I seize the day? Why didn't I seize the day? Uh. Oh yeah, I also forgot that Kate like tried to have like one line about because she just got back and got told about the stalker ex breaking into their place because that was their apartment. That was Kate's and Anna's apartment that the stalker ex-girlfriend broke into with a gun. And Kate tried to be like, excuse me, what the hell? Because keep in mind, she's been anti-Christian from the beginning. She's been the only one to correctly point out that he is a controlling monster and has tried to get Anastasia to leave him repeatedly because she's the only one seeing the damage. She's the one who sees Anastasia crying every time he leaves her or acts like a complete ass, which is all that he does. And so she was starting to talk about it, and then they got interrupted by the news of the helicopter missing. I'm betting it never comes up. I'm betting she never brings it up again, even though, like, again, Kate is the only real person. Just like even though she's gonna pull the 180 and turn into a complete simpering bimbo as well, because like in the other series it was the sister-in-law that he was banging. She was the only real person until she did a complete 180 heel turn for absolutely no fucking reason and then became as useless as everybody else. So Kate's that person in this one. What if they actually cast some of the same actors from the 50 Shades movie to be in the Mister in like the exact same roles because all the characters are copy pasted? That would actually be really funny because I'd be curious who noticed. Oh, I'm not tired already. I shouldn't be tired at all. I've been sleeping so much. I'm doing this because I've finally met someone I want to spend the rest of my life. She's just remembering like half their conversations. I close my eyes in a silent prayer, rocking gently. Please let the rest of his life not be this short. Please, please. We haven't had enough time. We need more time. We've done so much in the last few weeks. Come so far. It can't end. All our tender moments, the lipstick, when he made love to me for the first time at the Olympic Hotel, on his knees in front of me, offering himself to me, finally touching him. Like one of those was a sweet moment. I'm just the same, Anna. I love you and I need you. Touch me, please. Oh, I love him. I will be nothing without him. Nothing but a shadow. All the light eclipse. This is the number he's done on this girl in like 5 weeks. It's been like 5, 6 weeks and she's already in the place of, I can't live without him. I'll totally die without him. I'll be nothing forever if he doesn't come back. Like, no. It's all of her simping that's making me tired. No, 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 my poor Christian. This is me, Anna, all of me, and I'm all yours. What do I have to do to make you realize that? To make you see that I want you any way I can get you, that I love you. And I love you, my 50 shades. I open my eyes and gaze unseeing into the fire once more. Memories of our time together flitting through my mind. His boyish joy when we were sailing and gliding. His suave, sophisticated, hot-as-hell look at the masked ball. Dancing. Oh, yes. Dancing here in the apartment to Sinatra. Whirling around the room. His quiet, anxious hope yesterday at the house. What a stunning view. I will lay my world at your feet, Anastasia. I want you, body and soul, forever. Oh, please let him be okay. He cannot be gone. He's the center of my universe. Okay, I need to start drinking heavily because I'm just gonna absolutely implode if I have to read much more of this, and I'm looking, the whole next page is still just more fucking simping. That should get things going. No, probably not much because I had pasta right before. Pasta's always a good pre-drinking meal. And it usually provides leftovers to eat after. So I don't have to be cooking at midnight. Sorry for this, nipples. I'm hoping they stop. Or I will get up and get Kleenex. Center of my universe. I'm definitely highlighting that shit. Actually, since I actually have my highlighter here. Okay, finally. I'm going to fold the page so I remember where it is. An involuntary sob escapes my throat and I clutch my hand to my mouth. No, I must be strong. Why? Jose is suddenly at my side, or has he been there a while? I have no idea. Do you want to call your mom or dad? He asked gently. No. I shake my head and clutch Jose's hand. I cannot speak. I know it will dissolve if I do. But the warmth and gentle squeeze of his hand offers me no solace. Again, she should want nothing to do with him for the rest of his life. Oh, Mom. My lips tremble at the thought of my mother. Should I call her? No, I couldn't deal with her reaction. Okay, she knows her mom is going to be more freaked out than her, and it's not going to be that her daughter is like possibly losing the love of her life. It's going to be that her daughter is losing a billionaire who somehow is attracted to her. Because as it was established, the mom is a gold digging tramp. Maybe Ray. He wouldn't get emotional. He never gets emotional. Not even when the Mariners lose. I'm trying to remember. Are they a baseball team or a football team? Don't judge me. I don't know. Grace rises to join the boys, distracting me. That must be the longest she sat still. Mia comes to sit beside me too and grabs my other hand. He will come back, she says, her voice initially determined, but cracking on the last word. Her eyes are wide and red-rimmed, and her face is pale and pinched from the lack of sleep. I gaze up at Ethan, who's watching Mia and Elliot, who has his arms around Grace. I glance at the clock. It's after 11, heading towards midnight. Damn time. With each passing hour, the clawing emptiness expands, consuming me, choking me. I know deep down inside I'm preparing myself for the worst. I close my eyes and offer up another silent prayer, clasping both Mia and Jose's hands again. Is this the first time we've seen like any indication that she's religious at all? Not that I'm saying like I'm familiar with the phrase "there are no atheists in foxholes," so I understand, but now I'm gonna want to binge watch MASH because that's where that's from. Well, it's not where it's from, but it's where I know it from. The first appearance of the actor that would go on to play Colonel Potter, though initially he played a different role. And the general flipped it on. He played a crazy general. And he played it so magnificently too. Like you still, even though he's completely nuts in that episode, and he actually, and again, keeping in mind, MASH was filmed in, was it the 60s? I want to say. So there were things definitely then that you, let's just say, could not do on TV today. At least half of the pranks that Hawkeye and BJ and later Hawkeye and Trapper play on Margaret, you could definitely not get away with today. But there's also the first appearance of the actor that would play Colonel Potter when he's the crazy general. He has like this. It's not in a mean-spirited way, but he has like this racist moment that, again, you would not be able to get away with this today. But it was something filmed in the 60s, set in the early 50s, and he's playing a character who is at least 60. So he's playing a character who would have been born in like 1890. I'm not saying this justifies what's in the episode, and obviously somebody wrote it, but it's understandable, and they keep it in a lighthearted way, and even the person that he's kind of being, well, he's not kind of being racist, he's being racist, but even the person he's being racist at isn't like offended because it's not in a mean-spirited way, it's in a this person is crazy way. And so they're not saying it like because of race, they're just they're kind of stereotyping is what they're doing based on race. So it's not in a mean way, and it's meant to be funny. I'm sure at the time it was perfectly fine. It's just something that, like, you couldn't get away with it today. Like when they trick the psychiatrist into thinking Margaret wants him and then he attacks her, which he really does. Like that scene goes way too far. Way, way, way too far. That guy should be arrested a lot. And the fact that they did that purely just to set him up with like no concern for what they were inflicting on Margaret, like Hawkeye and Trap, is it BJ? It's BJ. I think it's BJ in that one. I think it's early. So Hawkeye and BJ really are quite evil bastards in that episode when you think about it. I'm just saying if Margaret had ever poisoned the both of them, it would have been understandable. I gaze up at Ethan, who's watching Mia and Elliot, who has his arms around time, damn time, choking to the sun, blah, blah, blah. Opening my eyes again, I stare into the flames once more. I can see his shy smile, my favorite of all his expressions, a glimpse of the real Christian. My Christian. Oh, he's so sweet and nice underneath it all. Not how anything works, bitch. Why am I suddenly thinking of Mario? Not Galaxy. What am I saying? Which one? What's the good one that came after that? And don't say Galaxy 2, that was garbage. Odyssey. Why did it take me so long to think of that? Maybe for my Christmas gaming project, I'll try to finally 100%. I have a file on that that's like, it's 70%, but I got bored. Plus, I gotta look up where like some of the moons are. There's literally 999 moons in that thing, okay? And some of them are dumb. And some of them are like, you have to play time-controlled shit that I don't like. He's so many people. Control freak, CEO, stalker, sex god, dumb. At the same time, he's such a boy with his toys. The amount of red flags you can cram into one line. Oh my god. I smile. His car, his boat, his plane, his Charlie Tango helicopter. Okay, she does know Charlie Tango is the designation, not the make and model, right? My Lost Boy. Don't reference that movie. I'm trying to avoid watching it. Truly lost right now. My smile fades and pain lances through me. I remember him in the shower wiping away the lipstick marks. I'm nothing, Anastasia. I'm a husk of a man. I don't have a heart. The lump in my throat expands. Oh, Christian, you do. You do have a heart. And it's mine. I want to cherish it forever. Even though he's so complex and difficult, I love him. I will always love him. And there will never be anyone else. Ever. She sounds like every 12-year-old girl in the history of the world that has fallen in love with a member of whatever boy band is popular at the moment. I remember sitting in Starbucks weighing up my Christian pros and cons. All the cons. Even those photographs. Even the photographs I found this morning. What photos? I don't remember. Melting into insignificance now. There's just him and whether he'll come back. Oh, please, Lord, bring him back. Okay, for my own sanity, can he please come back before we have another 4 pages? I'm looking. 4 pages. 4 goddamn pages just of her simping on how he's the best thing ever and she's dead without him. Jesus! Like, she had negative personality or personal standards before she met him. Let him be okay. I'll go to church. I'll do anything. Oh, if I get him back, I shall seize the day. His voice echoes around in my head once more. Carpe diem. I gaze deeper into the fire, the flames still licking and curling around each other, blazing brightly. Then Grace shrieks and everything goes into slow motion. Christian. I turn my head and see Grace barreling across the room from where she's been, pacing somewhere behind me. And there in the entrance stands a dismayed Christian. He's dressed in just his shirt sleeves and suit pants. So he's not wearing a jacket or a tie? Like, sounds like he's still pretty clean. He's holding his navy jacket, shoes, and socks. He looks tired, dirty, and utterly beautiful. Why did he take his shoes and socks off unless he just did that, like, in the elevator? Holy fuck. Christian. He's alive. I gaze numbly at him, trying to work out if I'm hallucinating or is he really here. His expression is one of utter bewilderment. He deposits his jacket and shoes on the floor in time to catch Grace, who throws her arms around his neck and kisses him hard on the cheek. Mom? Christian gazes down at her, completely at a loss. See, this is the scene that actually backs up what I said about him basically being a sociopath with psychopathic tendencies. He doesn't perceive love from others. He's never felt like he's a part of his adopted family. Now, whether that's their fault or because he, became incapable of receiving love because of the abuse he suffered, I don't know, but that's why he doesn't expect any of them to be here, because he doesn't expect any of them to care. See, whereas in my family, I can actually prove that they don't care if I'm dying because it's happened. So I don't have to question. Lost my spot. Mom, I'm here. I hear the consternation in his voice. I died 1,000 deaths today, she whispers, her voice barely audible, echoing my thoughts. She gasps and sobs, no longer able to hold back her tears. Christian frowns, horrified or mortified, I don't know which, and after a beat envelops her in a huge hug, holding her close. Oh, Christian, she chokes, wrapping her arms around him, weeping into his neck, all self-restraint forgotten. And Christian doesn't balk. He just holds her, rocking to and fro, comforting her. Scalding tears pool in my eyes. Kara hollers from the hallway. He's alive. Shit, you're here? He appears from behind Taylor's office, clutching his cell phone, and embraces both of them, his eyes closed in sweet relief. Dad. Mia squeals something unintelligible from behind me, then she too runs up and joins her parents, all of them hugging all of them too. Finally, the tears start to cascade down my cheeks. He's here. He's fine. But I cannot move. Carrick is the first to pull away, wiping his eyes and clapping Christian on the shoulder. Mia releases them, and then Grace steps back. Sorry, she mumbles. Hey, Mom, it's okay, Christian says, consternation still evident on his face. So his mom's aware he's not the most, huggy, touch-me person and tries to respect that, but there's also moments where she's just going to be a mom, and the fact that she didn't tackle him to the floor and say, I'm never letting you out of my sight again, is pretty good. Where were you? What happened? Grace cries and puts her head in her hands. Mom, Christian mutters. He draws her into his arms again and kisses the top of her head. I'm here. I'm good. It's just taken me a hell of a long time to get back from Portland. What's with the welcoming committee? He looks up and scans the room until his eyes lock with mine. Okay, did he not? Okay, he's been out of communication. We can assume his cell phone, I'm assuming his cell phone wasn't working, or else he's eviler than I thought. So it's entirely possible he's not aware that his helicopter going down has made the news, or that his family has been contacted. So this might be a little surprising, but it has been like 8 hours. Like a helicopter has a flight plan. So anytime that he is in it, there is a flight plan and he is expected to arrive at a certain location at a certain time. So when you're overdue and you're out of communication and they can't radio you and they can't find your transponder signal, yeah, they're going to raise all the search and they're going to look for you. And if they can't find you, yeah, that's going to make news and hundreds of people are going to be mobilized to try and find you or rescue you or save you or whatever. I wish Mark was here. I really wish Mark was here. Because I want to pimp him for information right now. Because I'm sorry, he's supposed to be smart. And he's acting like an idiot. And the emotional oblivion to his family is only one thing. That is not, like, he knows he is a prominent person locally. He's made a point of reminding Anastasia of that a few times. Like, hey, if this happens, people will notice. If you're dating me, people are going to notice because I get in the papers a lot. So he's not oblivious to the fact that he is a locally known, like, commodity, celebrity, whatever you want to call it. So yeah, he should know that his helicopter going down is going to be reported, and he's been gone for, they said, like 8 hours or so. And if he made it all the way to this building that's in the middle of downtown, like, I don't know, did he make it to a road and hitchhike? Do we ever actually find out how he got back? Because at least in the book, it doesn't say where he crashed. In the movie, they show it just crashing into a random forest somewhere, and it's completely unclear where he is in relation to anything. And this is much the same. It's not telling us where he went down or what was going on or how he got back. But yeah, the fact that once he was, in a car with somebody or got to a gas station or whatever, that he didn't, like, at least call his mom and say, like, okay, call off the search, I'm here, like, send a car. Now I hear the sound of a puppy flapping his ears. He blinks and glances briefly at Jose, who's let go of my hand. Christian's mouth tightens and I drink in the sight of him, and relief courses through me, leaving me spent, exhausted, and completely elated. Yet my tears don't stop. Christian turns his attention back to his mother. Mom, I'm good. What's wrong? Christian says reassuringly. She places her hand on either side of his face. Christian, you've been missing. Your flight plan. You never made it to Seattle. Why didn't you contact us? Let's see if we could get the magic going. Okay, so we may have somebody incoming in a minute or two, in which case, if we're past this, I will definitely ask some questions. Because there's so much bullshit here I want to unpack. Like, for one, how, like, okay, A, for mentioning a flight plan and that he didn't get there and that set off alarms. Correct. But he was only going from Portland to Seattle, which is not that far. I mean, I'm not sure how far. I think it's established it's like 3 to 4 hours driving. I'm not exactly sure what the ratio of driving to flying is, but I'm going to say that it would be a very short flight. Yeah, I really should look up what the conversion on that is. If something's a 4-hour drive, how long is it in a helicopter? Because I think helicopters are also slower than planes, and they have more limits on where they can go because they fly lower. So that could definitely extend the time of a trip, but it's like I'm saying this is not a huge search area. It could like big, yes, but not unmanageable. And they would have known very shortly that he was missing because it's a short trip. So this is where I'm going. Did the helicopter not have a transponder? Which, for anybody who doesn't know, that's the GPS on a plane. It's the black box that is really orange so that it's easy to find. And that's the thing that has the GPS and the tracking in it. So you can find it if it goes missing. Not that those are foolproof, they're not, but I would think they would at least be able to get like a last known location ping and have somewhere to start. Plus, when, things like that go down, there's generally like smoke and fire and wreckage, and you can see for quite a while that something has disturbed and crashed. And then again, how did he get back? Do we ever find out? I don't think we ever find out. I think he gets hand waved. Because certainly in the movie, the whole him going missing is hand waved. It's literally like a minute long between her being told he's missing and then he just walks in the door and his family just leaves. And the whole scene is like 1 minute long and there's nothing. I don't even know why they included it, honestly. Because in the movie, it has so much less weight. Like it literally has nothing because it happens and it's over in like 1 second. So not that it's any better in this. This has only been going on for like 5 pages and it's so much nothing already, but Christian's eyebrows shoot up in surprise. I didn't think it would take this long. Why didn't you call? No power in my cell. Okay, like you couldn't have found somewhere to charge it. You couldn't have used a payphone because this is set in like 2010. So there were still some payphones around. You couldn't ask somebody to borrow their cell. Like again, when he got back to like civilization or around anyone, he couldn't have just said, "Oh, I'm Christian Grey, and by now, like people are going to know my helicopter crashed. Can I use your phone to call, you know, local news station KWXY and tell them I'm not dead, or my mother for that matter?" Where was I? You didn't stop? Call collect? Mom, it's a long story. Oh, Christian, don't you ever do this to me again. Do you understand? She half shouts at him. Okay, there's a time and place to do that, but I would not be hand waved with "it's a long story" on why didn't you call and not tell us you were not dead for like the last however many hours. Like again, we're supposed to be saying, oh, he doesn't fit into his family, he's not emotionally connected to them, so he doesn't perceive that they would worry. But he's too old for that shit, quite frankly, because I'm sure something has come up before where they were worried and he didn't realize it, and he would have been told, hey, we're a family, so when something like this happens, you need to call your mother. Like, if he was like, again, if he was 15, it makes sense, not for somebody who's like 30 and runs a business. Yes, Mom. He wipes her tears with his thumb and hugs her once more. When she composes herself, he releases her and hugs Mia, who slaps him hard on the chest, as only a sister can. Yep. You had us so worried, she blurts out, and she too is in tears. I'm here now, for heaven's sake, Christian mutters. See, he does like the worst thing that I hate when you get really mad at somebody for something stupid that they did, and they're just like, well, it's over now, or I fixed it, so why are you still mad? You might have fixed the thing, like I put duct tape on the mirror that I broke, which A, doesn't fix it, and B, there's like a whole other thing you need to address here. I actually had that argument with somebody the other night because they did something stupid and offensive and they didn't understand. And I called them out on it, and their answer was, well, I deleted the picture you didn't want to see, so why are you still mad at me? I'm mad at you for the insensitive thing of sending it in the first place and the fact that you're not acknowledging that. And you're not acknowledging that it offended me, and you should, it's different mentalities. And it is something where, women generally being more emotional is a factor, but you can't just fix, the dent in the car. You have to deal with the emotional damage. And do something to make it up to the person. Say like, I'll make you your favorite dinner or snuggle you extra in bed or, buy you a big stuffed teddy bear at the carnival or whatever. As Ethan comes forward, Christian relinquishes Mia to Karak, who already has one arm around his wife. He curls the other around his daughter. Elliot hugs Christian briefly, much to Christian's surprise, and slaps him hard on the back. Great to see you, Elliot says loudly, if a little gruffly, trying to hide his emotions. As the tears stream down my face, I can see it all. The great room is bathed in unconditional love. He has it in spades. He just never accepted it before. And even now, he's still at a total loss. Look, Christian, all these people love you. Perhaps now you'll start believing it. See, she even gets it. This is so obvious and poorly written that even our idiot blank slate character, Lump of Clay, gets it. But no, this is not going to fix anything for him. He's not going to change how he thinks about his family or anything else based off any of this. Because nobody is making him address it. Again, a good therapist could, make so much work out of this, but he doesn't have a good therapist. He has a guy he pays to tell him whatever and help him capture women. Kate is standing behind me. She must have left the TV room. No, she apparated. And she gently strokes my hair. He's really here, Anna, she murmurs comfortingly. I'm going to say hi to my girl now. Christian tells his parents. Both of them nod, smile, and step aside. He moves towards me, gray eyes bright through, though weary and still bemused. Somewhere deep inside, I find the strength to stagger to my feet and bolt into his open arms. Christian, I sob. Hush, he says, and holds me, burying his face in my hair and inhaling deeply. Ew, creepy. I raise my tear-stained face to his, and he kisses me far too briefly. Hi, he murmurs. Hi, I whisper back, the lump in the back of my throat burning. Miss me? A bit. He grins. I can tell. And with a gentle touch of his hand, he wipes away the tears that refuse to stop running down my cheeks. I thought, I choke. I can see. Hush. I'm here. I'm here. He murmurs and kisses me chastely again. Are you okay? I ask, releasing him and touching his chest, his arms, his waist. Oh, I feel the warm, vital, sensual man beneath my finger. Is this girl just horny all the time? Because this is not the moment to be horny. Oh, the feel of, reassures me that he's here, standing in front of me. He's back. He doesn't so much as flinch. He just regards me intently. I'm okay. I'm not going anywhere. Oh, thank God. I clasp him around his waist and he hugs me once more. Are you hungry? Do you need something to drink? Yes. I step back to get him something, but he doesn't let me go. He tucks me under his arm and extends a hand to Jose. Oh, if he said he let her go and punched Jose in the face, I wouldn't have been surprised. Mr. Gray, Jose says evenly. Grace snorts. Christian, please, he says. Christian, welcome back. Glad you're okay, and thanks for letting me stay. No problem. Christian narrows his eyes, but he's distracted by Mrs. Jones, who's suddenly at his side. It only occurs to me now that she's not her usual smart self. I hadn't noticed it before. Her hair is loose. She's in soft gray leggings and large gray sweatshirt with WSU Cougars emblazoned on the front that dwarfs her. She looks years older. Is she wearing his sweats? Did she live there? This seems unclear. Can I get you something, Mr. Gray? She wipes her eyes with a tissue. Christian smiles fondly. A beer, please, Gail. Bud Bar? And a bite to eat. Budvar? Have you ever heard of this beer? Where the hell is it from? Because I've heard of Budweiser, but not this. I'll get it, I murmur, wanting to do something for my man. No, don't go, he says softly, tightening his arm around me. The rest of his family closes in. Ethan and Kate join us. He shakes Ethan's hand and gives Kate a quick peck on the cheek. Mrs. Jones returns with a bottle of beer and a glass. He turns the bottle. He takes the bottle but shakes his head at the glass. She smiles and returns to the kitchen. Surprised you don't want something stronger, murmurs Elliot. So what the fuck happened to you? First I knew was when Dad called me to say the chopper was missing. Elliot, Grace scolds. Helicopter, Christian scolds, correcting Elliot, who grins, and I suspect this is a family joke. Not the time, but okay. Let's sit and I'll tell you. Oh, so maybe we do get background, because in the movie there's nothing. Like, it just, he comes home, everyone hugs him, and then they leave, and then it's never mentioned again. So maybe we actually get something about what the happened. Christian pulls me over to the couch and everyone sits down. All eyes are on Christian. He takes a long drink of his beer. He spies Taylor hovering at the entrance and nods. Taylor nods back. Your daughter? She's fine now. False alarm, sir. Good. Christian smiles. Daughter? What happened to Taylor's daughter? Glad you're back, sir. Will that be all? We have a helicopter to pick up. Taylor nods. Now, or will the morning do? Morning, I think, Taylor. Very good, Mr. Gray. Anything else, sir? Christian shakes his head and raises a bottle to him. Taylor gives him a rare smile. Rarer than Christian's, I think. And heads out, presumably to his office or up to his room. Okay, so does Taylor live there too? Do all these people live there? Like, we're in Christian's place, so yes, I'm assuming it's a live-in housekeeper / maid and his live-in bodyguard, I guess. What the fuck is going on with Taylor's daughter? Did we hear about this? I don't think we heard about this. Why is that even there? It just seems like a what the fuck moment that I'm willing to bet is not going to be paid off. I think you're right. I think you are right about that. I think he is like a what's the guy version of a Girl Friday? He's obviously more than a bodyguard. He's like a bodyguard / valet / personal assassin. He has kids? Because I don't remember it being mentioned that he has kids before this, like, ever. And because in the movie he's usually just guys standing in the background, which I love the actor that plays Taylor in the movie. I love him because I've seen him in so many things and I just love him. So I was like, I hope he got a really big paycheck for doing fuck all and saying like 4 lines in the entire series. Oh, I'm sure. Yes, I already know. And he's like, we have a helicopter to pick up. Do you mean you've already called in a replacement for Charlie Tango, or do you expect Taylor to be part of the team that picks up the pieces of the one you just crashed? So I'm not sure what's going on here. But at least we're over the 4 pages of Anna doing nothing but repeating lines that he said to her and trying to change the context to make them sound romantic, which still didn't work. Does that taste weird? Okay, so hopefully we actually get some details on what happened, because the movie certainly didn't have any. Like, movie later says it was sabotage, but that's it. And in this one, was he alone when he crashed? Because in the movie, he's with a woman. He's with like somebody from his company or something. So the way this is written, it sounds like he was alone. Christian, what happened? Carrick demands. Christian launches into his story. He was flying in Charlie Tango with Ross. Oh, okay, so there's a reason there was somebody in the movie. He's number 2 to deal with a funding issue at WSU in Vancouver. I can barely keep up. I'm so dazed. I just hold Christian's hand and stare at his manicured fingernails, his long fingers, the creases on his knuckles, his wristwatch, an Omega with 3 small dials. I gaze up at his beautiful profile as he continues his tale. Roz had never seen Mount St. Helens, so on the way back as a celebration, we took a quick detour. Are you allowed to do that when you're on a flight plan? I feel like you're not. Like, I feel like following the flight plan you submitted is an incredibly strict thing, and that deviating from it could, like, get you in serious trouble. I'm gonna forward this question to Mark and see if he answers me real quick. I'm just saying, quick question: would deviating from your flight plan mid-flight be okay? Be an okay thing to do? And I'm assuming that the fact that they were deviating to see this mountain is why they're gonna say, like, oh, they couldn't find him on the search because he was off of his planned flight path. So they were checking on the flight path, but he had deviated. And so that's why he couldn't be found. Which is dumb. This is a bad reason. Because again, I don't think that you are allowed to do that. And I think that he's shown to be, like, meticulous with all the flying stuff and, super careful and everything. So again, I feel like this just wouldn't be. This just would not be okay. Like, I feel like you would be, what is it, the FAA? They're in America, right? Yeah, so FAA. I feel like FAA would be, like, knocking on his door saying, that pilot's license you have, not anymore. I heard the temporary flight restriction was lifted a while back, and I wanted to take a look. I'm assuming there was a flight restriction because Mount St. Helens does erupt occasionally, and you don't want to have ash on a plane, because I remember the Icelandic volcano, not the most recent 4 or 5, but many, many years ago, there was one that started spewing out ash for months, literally months, covered half of Europe in this cloud of super dense ash, because it's not. The thing you have to remember about volcanic ash is it's not ash in the true sense. It is rocks. It's tiny, flaky, looks like ash, but it's rocks. And so it's completely, like, lethal for anything to try and fly in it, because you get a little bit of that on the wings or in the engine, you're going down, and you're going down hard. So there's that. And sorry, there was an ant on the book. Now I'm paranoid. You have these little ants because all the jackhammering, it's like forcing them inside, and I'm hoping it gets too cold for them soon because they're driving me crazy. And I wanted to take a quick look. Well, it's fortunate that we did. We were flying low, about 200 feet above ground level, when the instrument panel lit up. We had a fire in the tail. I had no choice but to cut all the electronics and land. He shakes his head. I set her down by Silver Lake, caught Ross out, and managed to put the fire out. A fire. Both engines. Carrick's horrified. So it sounds like he set it down, like, in reasonably good condition. he said he was able to land. He did not say that it crashed. So he said he was able to, like, in some fashion land. She's okay. He's okay. They got the fire out. And I get that he had to cut the electronics, but couldn't he have turned it back on after the fire was out? Or how about, like, even in the movie, as it's going down, he's like on the radio saying, like, Mayday, Mayday, trying to, like, tell them where they are. And you can say maybe he didn't get the message out in time. Maybe it didn't go through. At least here it says that he did cut the power off, so that would. I don't know. Does that include the radio? If I feel like the radio would have its own, like, separate power source for communication because it's critical. Like, I have so many questions. Mark, I need you. Also, if you cut the power, even on fire, wouldn't you just fall out of the sky because you turned the rotor off? I'm going to start making a list of questions for Mark ever gets here. Like I said, if Mark joins us at any point tonight, I'm going back to these pages and I'm reading certain lines to him and saying, is this true? Because I need to know. Okay, so he said he was able to land, get the fire out. So again, I don't understand why he couldn't have some kind of communication. Flares. I'll take flares. Anything. And what about Roz? If he had another person, what, did he leave her in the woods, or did she come back with him? Wouldn't she have called anyone? Or wouldn't she have clued in, like, hey, Christian, we've been missing for like 4 or 5 hours by the time they get to a phone, and been like, hey, we should really let the world know that you're still alive because you're, like, locally known. People are going to know. Your family's going to be worried. And what, he ignored her? Did she die in the woods? What? Like, I need to know, and it's not telling me, and this isn't making any sense. I don't even know fuck about flying or helicopters, but I know that this doesn't make any sense. Yep. Shit, but I thought, I know. Christian interrupts him. It was sheer luck I was flying so low, he murmurs. I shudder. He releases my hand and puts his arm around me. Cold, he asks, and I shake my head. How did you put the fire out? Asks Kate. Her Carla Bernstein instincts kicking in. I'm assuming that's some reporter because she's supposed to be like a wannabe famous reporter, even though we haven't actually seen her do any work at all. All we've done is see Kate wear bikinis and go on vacation and fuck Christian's brother. Hello!
What shenanigans did I miss?
Okay, I have so many questions that I need your help with. We're in the scene
God.
where, oh yeah, it gets bad. We're in the scene where Christian Grey has crashed his helicopter. The previous chapter ended with our bland lump of clay of a lead being told that Charlie Tango has gone down. And so then we get several things. I'm going to flip back a little bit. I'm not losing my place. I know where I am. But I have several questions. One, Portland to Seattle, because that was the trip. If it's like a 3 to 4 hour car drive, how long in a helicopter does that take?
It depends on the helicopter.
It told us what kind Charlie Tango was, but not in this scene, so I don't remember. It's like a little 4-seater with like one propeller.
Well, they don't have propellers, they have rotors.
Rotor.
A propeller propels something forward.
Right, a rotor lifts it up.
Yeah.
Okay, so just rough guess, how long would it take?
It takes, how long do you say? 4 hours in a car?
3 to 4 hours in a car, yeah.
What speed is the car going?
Average,
on
like
average?
60.
I mean, again, depending on the helicopter, you could maybe round it up to about, you'd probably get about 125 miles an hour out of the most.
So it'd take like
Semi-
2 hours.
Yeah, about that.
Okay.
I mean, that would be a reasonable flight time, but
yeah, this is the other
you
question.
can get helicopters to go a lot faster than that. Don't get me wrong. But
Other guys, snickerdoodles. Okay, so he says that mid-flight, he deviated from his flight plan to do a loop around Mount St. Helens.
right,
Is it okay to deviate from your flight plan mid-flight?
That depends. If it's a VFR flight plan, yes. If it's an IFR flight plan, generally no, but they can kind of. You can get away with it a little bit. Did he ask for permission to?
No, he did not. That's one of the points. He didn't radio that he was making the detour or ask permission, because that is meant to cover the incredibly stupid answer of why there was like an 8-hour search for him after it went down and they couldn't find him.
I mean, they'd have radar contact anyway, so I mean.
Thank you. That's the other thing I was fucking saying. Is like, the helicopter would have a transponder in it, and yes, he would be on radar because he's between 2 major cities and in the middle of like the freaking United States, where there's going to be fucking radar.
Especially if he's filed a flight plan, he's going to be. They're going to be like, okay,
we're going to be watching.
Yeah, but they have something called flight following in the US.
Yeah, so the idea that he just like dropped out of the sky and they couldn't find him at all, even though there was apparently like they were searching until it got dark.
Right.
And again, even though
they found him where?
They didn't. Nobody found him. He just somehow he goes from wherever they crashed in the middle of the woods on the side of Mount St. Helens. And he says, by the way, that they were only 200 feet above the ground. He was flying very low when both of their engines caught on fire, but he was able to like glide it in and kind of reasonably land.
Well, yeah, that does happen, but both your engines catching fire at the same time. Yeah.
We are told later it's sabotage.
Okay, yeah, that would kind of make a bit more sense, but
yeah, we are told later it was sabotaged with like an ignition device.
Yeah, there is a technique called auto rotation in a helicopter. Essentially, the rotor blades continue to spin, and it acts almost like a parachute. So you're still able to actually effectively fly the helicopter. You're going down. There's no ifs or buts about that. But
because he says that he quote cut all power and was able to guide it in and land.
If your engines are on fire, I mean, you don't really need to cut power as such, but you have to follow the emergency procedures to. I mean, they usually have some sort of fire extinguishing.
He is. We were just getting to that where he says that he had a fire extinguisher and that's how he was able to put the fire out, and that the person he was traveling with, they were both fine.
Okay, so what, he had a little one in the cockpit?
We were just getting there. It says okay, I'll get to that in a second, but I'm gonna ask one of my other questions.
I call bullshit. I mean, especially if it's
well, yeah. Also, like, I don't think any fire extinguisher is going to put out 2 helicopter engines on fire. Like,
no,
I don't think they're quite that strong.
I mean, they might have had an ignition device, but the chances are they would have to keep fuel going for them to still be on fire, and hydraulics, oil, that sort of thing.
Okay, but my other question is,
you have a fire handle or something the equivalent of, it cuts all that off to the engine anyway. So that's how. And
even if he
fire extinguishers actually inside the engine.
Okay, that's cool. But even if he did cut the power or the power went out because of the fire, would the radio not be workable at some point? Like, so let's say after they landed.
I mean,
like
unless it's damaged, yes.
Yeah. Does the radio have like its own power?
Oh yeah, all the avionics have their own power. There's
That's
batteries
what
in
I
it.
thought.
You have to have the power there to start the engine in the first place, because it's just like your car. If you don't have a battery in your car, you
Yeah,
can't start the engine.
that's what I thought. Like once he landed, his radio should still be functional.
It should be, unless it was damaged or the power supply was damaged in the crash.
Are you required to have any kind of like a backup or spare emergency radio or something? Or
No,
like,
not really. Not usually in the
I'd keep a sat phone if it was me.
in commercial aircraft. Yes, you do have to have emergency equipment, but for most small aircraft, no.
Okay, so somehow he makes it from wherever they have crashed back to his own apartment in the middle of downtown Seattle.
No.
Yeah, I know. I know. And it's been all over the news that, oh my God, Christian Grey, local hot billionaire, has crashed, and is he dead? He's missing. There's a massive search. All of his family's gathered at his apartment.
Somebody would have been like,
fucking A, right?
Oh, wow, there's this. It'd be like if one of the royals.
Yes,
were
exactly.
Missing.
Yeah, if Prince Harry had ever crashed and gone down and had to walk back into local town, I think he would have gotten noticed.
Mm-hmm.
But no, apparently he's been walking for 8 hours, has made it back to downtown Seattle to his uber rich mega penthouse
without being seen.
Without being seen, and has not occurred to him to call anybody and let them know that he's alive, because when he shows up, his family's like, oh my God, because they're all like thinking the worst. The news is still live with the search. So, like, it hasn't occurred to him that anyone would even be looking for him, which is supposed to make you feel bad for him. But in my case, it makes me think he's a dumbass.
Yeah, I mean,
because he knows he's locally famous to a degree. He's said it himself like multiple times.
It's not just that, but it's also the fact that.
Well, and I'm thinking there's people
still out looking
for you. Yeah. Yeah. So as soon as you got to a phone, like call like whatever air traffic control or something, and tell them you're okay, and then call your mother.
Yeah, definitely air traffic control, because I mean, you've got to report the crash.
Well, and the person he was with, who apparently also didn't call anyone, and we don't know what's happened to her yet. We don't know if he left her in the woods, honestly.
Wait, her? Was he up to no good?
No, in the book you actually can't even tell if it's a man or a woman. I'm only saying it's a woman because in the movie it's a black woman that he crashes with, and then she's never seen again. She's literally seen in that scene, and then never ever again. So for all we know, he really did leave her to die in the woods.
He probably bashed her in with a fire extinguisher.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's some of it makes sense. Other bits, yeah, no.
Okay, so now we are all caught up, and we have him. This is him telling what happened and what he did after.
And just for anybody who's ever watching this who is maybe thinking about flying a helicopter 200 feet off the ground near Mount St. Helens, don't fucking do that. Because if your engine goes out, there's only one way you're going. Gravity will win that fight.
Yeah. Like, as soon as he said, like, the engine's on fire and I cut the power, I'm like, wouldn't you just drop, like, a rock out of the sky?
So, surprisingly, no. I'll have to show. There are some videos on YouTube of helicopter engines failing and them having to actually do the auto rotation and actually land it. And yeah,
well, there's something I would never want to do.
Some of them are actually smoother landings. Some that I might have done.
Yeah,
but,
there was a time a couple years ago, because I'm on the 20th floor, so I can see half the city, including the tallest actual building in the city. And a couple years ago, the local army unit was doing helicopter training. And so the helicopter would come in. What they were trying to replicate was hovering over this tall building, pretending you're picking people up, and then turn around and fly back.
Yeah.
And wow, could you tell that these were newbies by the way the helicopter was moving? There were ones where, you know how like in a car when you're not sure at first you hit the brakes every 2 seconds?
Hmm.
Somebody was doing that in a helicopter. I'm not kidding. I didn't think it was possible, but they were doing that.
It'd be interesting to figure out how they managed that, but
They did, because it was doing like the stop-start thing in midair. And then there was one other that I got a really good view
I
of.
think, to be honest with you, if I was about 3 feet away from a building, I would want to be sort of taking my time with it and inching my way forward.
Well, and these are new pilots. They're learning, okay? They don't know. And one of them pulled the old. If somebody had to have puked when he did this, because what he did, as I saw this, the guy came in way too fast to be able to stop where he was supposed to stop. So he came in level, like it's supposed to be, but he came in way too fast. And when he got over the building, went, yeah! He literally turned it fully nose up.
Yeah, I can imagine that.
Trying to stop where he was supposed to stop because he was going too fast. And I'm like, yeah, somebody had to puke from that.
Mind you, I have seen one of our trainer aircraft 45 degrees, nose down, about 25 feet off the ground, going into land.
I'm telling you, this was 100% vertical. And
I don't know if the instructor pilot took over at that point, or what,
maybe
I didn't speak to them at that about it. Because
these are the
they pulled
like
up
big. These are like the big like army helicopters that can hold like 12 plus people. That have the double rotors, the front and back, and the big side doors.
Yeah.
So not a small helicopter, like a big freaking piece of equipment.
I never got the chance to fly in one. I would have had a great fun with that.
Okay, so he's saying
I was used to the front seats. So.
He's saying, so there was a fire in both engines. How did you put the fire out? Kate asked, and he says, extinguisher. We have to carry them by law. Christian answers levelly. So this is his answer. Apparently a fire extinguisher can put out two engines on fire. Don't think it can.
I mean, you would struggle with the extinguishers in the cockpit because they're generally much smaller than. I mean, they're not these big, massive ones that you have in an office box or anything.
Yeah,
the little tiny thing, and they're usually for electrical fires. You usually find a CO2 or something like that. So it can be interesting, but because I mean, these helicopters, they run on jet fuel.
Yeah, that's the other thing I was thinking is like,
not
jet
all
fuel's
of them,
like
but
3,000-4,000 degrees. You're not putting that out with.
I mean, yeah, you're going to struggle to put that out with a little tiny extinguisher. You're better off just leaving the bloody thing burn. Getting out of there. I mean, if that fuel tank goes up, you're going up with it. And if you're not a trained firefighter, then don't bother. Just get the hell out. If everybody's out of the aircraft, just get out and clear the area.
His words from long ago circle my mind. I thank divine providence every day it was you who came to interview me and not Catherine Kavanaugh. Why didn't you
preferred Catherine Kavanaugh, to be honest.
Yeah, she's definitely, Why didn't you call or use the radio? Grace asked.
I don't know who she is, but
it's the roommate that was supposed to interview him, and that's the whole reason that Anastasia met him. It was one of those twists of fate that her roommate got the flu and couldn't go and had to send her ditzy friend, who is not a reporter, to do the most important interview that was really hard to get of her life.
Right.
The whole premise is less.
I mean, she couldn't have phoned the office and said, "Look, can you send somebody else in the place?
Can you reschedule, or maybe ask somebody from her actual journalism class to do it, and not somebody who is an English lit major."
And ditzy as fuck.
So why didn't you call or use the radio? Christian shakes his head. With the electronics out, we had no radio. Okay. Now, I wasn't going to.
Not really true, but I mean,
I didn't think that was true.
If you understand the systems, you can get it working.
And I wasn't going to risk turning them on because of the fire. GPS was still working on the BlackBerry, so I was able to navigate to the nearest road.
No.
You have a working Crackberry and you couldn't like text or call somebody?
Yeah, you need a phone signal for the GPS to work.
Yes.
Otherwise it just shits itself and dies.
And he said when he first got in the door and his
And
mother
also,
was like,
you
"Why
know-
didn't you call?" He said, "Oh, my phone was dead. I had no power." That's what he said.
Right. Okay.
So,
But also, the engines are already on fire. There's
Yeah.
already a fire. Why are you worried about starting a fire if there's a fire? But still, don't fucking do that. Just get out and get the fuck away from there. In fact, the fire, ironically, would probably actually draw more attention.
that's the other thing I was thinking. If there's a
Putting it
fire,
out.
you're going to be able to see the smoke for miles.
Yeah. And there are fire watchers in that sort of area. People,
Yeah, because it's all woods. Yeah.
people,
So they should have
stuck
known
up in
where he
towers
was. Like,
watching out for smoke.
yeah, they should have been able to find him like immediately.
And especially considering, it's a pretty big tourist area.
Yeah.
From what I remember, Mount St. Helens. So there's going to be people there,
Mhm.
hearing this helicopter going down and seeing
Seeing it,
flames
yeah.
and all the rest of it. You fucking hell.
I know, yeah, no. No, but so he had a GPS signal on a working BlackBerry. So I was able to navigate to the nearest road. It took us 4 hours to walk there. Roz was in heels. Christian's mouth presses into a disapproving flat line. Seriously, ass clown? Seriously?
If he's got a GPS, okay, all he needs to do is send a text message saying, "We've crashed, we're okay, this is our location,
Mm-hmm.
call for help. We are trying to make our way to this
Mm-hmm.
location." Yeah, because, fuck, they could have fallen down a ravine or anything.
Yes.
And,
Get eaten by a
GPS
bear.
is fine, but, GPS doesn't... there are people who drive down canals because the GPS quote, told them to. And
I know.
people drive on railway lines
I know.
because they followed their GPS and fucked it up.
Oh, I know. It's so dumb.
Of course, this fucking pillock is going to end up taking a nosedive down a ravine.
We had no, he specifically says, we had no cell reception.
Yeah, bollocks.
There's no coverage at Gifford. There's no coverage at Gifford. I don't know what the fuck he's referencing there.
Town name, maybe.
Something where they wound up. Roz's
I
battery.
bet you anything there is.
It probably is. Roz's battery died first. Mine dried up on the way.
All right, so there's two phones with
He had two phones.
signal and no signal.
Ugh.
Right.
Holy hell. I tense and Christian pulls me into his lap. So how did you get back to Seattle? Grace asks, blinking slightly.
You got on a Greyhound. How fucking funny would that be? I don't have any money on me, mate, but I've got a fucking gold watch or something. You can have that.
Yes, I was fully expecting him to say like somebody pulled over and I gave them my watch for a lift or something.
Do you want a BlackBerry? Here you go, mate.
Yeah.
It doesn't work. It works wonders. The GPS is fine. That works.
Yeah, it's magic.
I'll get any fucking signal around here, though. And even if he tried to send a text, even if there was no signal in the exact location that he was in,
once he got
He
to a
tried-
road,
yeah, once he gets somewhere, that signal,
Yeah.
as soon as that signal kicks in, it's going to ping that message off.
yeah, or like use a payphone. You obviously came to some kind of a town at some point.
And if push really comes to shove, they can.
Like go into a
trace
local
your
diner
location
and
from
say,
the
"Can I use your
text message."
phone?" Like we hitched and pooled our resources. Between us, Ross and I had $600, and we thought we'd have to bribe someone to drive us back. But a truck driver stopped and agreed to bring us home. He refused the money and shared his lunch with us.
Now
So
we,
now we're in a truck that has a fucking CB radio.
yeah, many do. Yeah,
So now we've been picked up by a trucker.
that just happens to be going to his flat. apparently.
To Seattle, apparently. I
Seattle.
don't know. I don't think a big rig could make it on the streets of downtown Seattle. I know certainly here they're restricted because I
mean,
live
honestly,
somewhere where the
I'd
big rigs have to go through, but
give
they're
it a bloody
restricted.
good go.
There's only like 2 roads they're actually allowed to go through on. They're
Yeah,
not allowed in.
I'd still give it a go. They wouldn't be happy about it, but give it a go. It's all right. You just put one tire on one curve and one on the other curve, and you just...
See, this is why you're not allowed to drive those.
If in doubt, you do what they do on Canada's Worst Driver and just floor it.
Oh, I cried when they stopped making
You're in a
that
big
show.
rig. I mean, there's no car that's going to stop you, is it? Let's face it.
No. Doesn't make it a good idea.
I mean, it's easier in a helicopter because you don't have to worry about the cars, but I mean, unless you go much lower than 200 feet.
Yeah, which no. Christian shakes his head in dismay at the memory. Took forever. He didn't have a cell. Weird, but
I'm
true.
sure it's so traumatic.
I didn't realize. He stops gazing at his family. Also, a truck driver that doesn't have a cell phone, really?
Mm-hmm.
Are you fucking kidding me? And what,
of
he
course
didn't have
they
a
do.
working
That's how they-
radio?
I mean, now we're fortunate enough to know some truckers, and I know exactly how often at least one American trucker that I know of gets called.
Yeah, like I need Seth Ale in here
Everything in the
bitching.
company is, and they're all trying to schedule this load and schedule that load, and they've got a handler that they keep in contact with and update on their position, time, working
Constantly.
hours, driving hours, all that bollocks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course, the trucker's got a phone, but
No, the trucker
T.L.
has no
James.
phone, and the trucker has no cell phone, and apparently has no radio in his truck either.
yeah, they just sort of give him a load and just all right.
Yeah,
mate,
he just drives blindly from place to place.
If you have any problems, don't let us know.
If you go missing, we'll never find you.
If you're going to be late making a delivery, just
We have no way to tell anyone.
Just turn up whenever you feel like it. It's fine.
Yeah, not like places have schedules or they get really bitchy when.
I mean, they used to have payphones, but fuck. I mean, they got $600, but apparently no change.
No, I was saying because this is
They
set
could
in
have gone
like
to the local
2000.
diner and said, "Hey, can I use your phone?"
Yes, thank you. Because
Yeah,
this
it's in
is
the
set in
back,
like
Martin McFly
2010, so there would still have been some payphones, especially in like more rural areas.
Yeah, I mean, fuck, there are still payphones here.
There's still a couple around here too. They did take them all out initially, and then they put some of them back.
Mm-hmm. There's been
Because
uproar
there's
about
places where you just need there to be a phone sometimes, like especially on
Mhm.
the university campuses. They have emergency phones all over the place.
Yeah.
And they actually
we
light
have
up
the same
at night.
on our motorways, which I'm surprised that the US
That's
doesn't
good.
have. Sort of every
The US can't agree on shit.
every few hundred yards, really, there's a. But I think there
See,
is
now
actually
that's a good
legal
idea.
minimum. And you
Oh.
just pick up the handset and
This is your
it'll
first
call.
time here in a while. Have you met Ralph, our duck?
I've seen Ralph.
Yes, he's still alone on his stage, sadly, but hopefully he will have friends soon.
He's not a pilot duck, so.
He is not. There may be a pilot duck in the bag. I don't know. So, the Bago Ducks, anyone who doesn't believe me, Bago Ducks is here. So, if StreamYards is actually working, I think I finally got it fucking sorted. It took me all day. I think it's finally working, but I don't know yet because nobody's tried it. So, hopefully, at some point, I'm hoping before Christmas we will have another duck. Because I really want a stage full of ducks.
Mhm.
And once the leaves actually turn and they're falling off green right now because we had a cold snap. So I'm hoping once the leaves turn, I can get some autumn leaves and make it all fall like Halloween themey.
Oh, so you get autumn, they do?
We do.
Yeah. You get all 4 seasons, don't you?
Well, for at least a few days.
Yeah, in Wales we only get 2 seasons. It's warm rain or cold rain, and you've got to decide for yourself which one it is.
Well, people do often say that in Canada we have winter construction.
I went to England once. I drove up to England, 15-hour round trip. and I saw a light in the sky, and I'm like, "What the fuck is that? It's not moving. Like, it's just hovering there in the sky." And I'm like, "Okay." So I pulled over, turned the engine off, and sat in a lay-by, just looking at this fucking light. And so I called a number that I used to have, and got hold of the RAF, and and I was like, "Hey, look, can you guys see this thing on radar? Because I'm freaking out over this shit, right? It's just me on the road.
Phoenix lights.
There's a light in front of me, and I'm like, I don't want to drive towards it in case it's fucking unfriendly, So they're like, can you describe this light? I'm like, it's big and bright, and it hurts to look at it. And they're like, all right, which direction is it? So I gave them a direction. They're like, all right, well, we don't need to see it on radar. We can see it with our eyes. I'm like, wait, how far away are you? And they're like 80 miles. And I was like, okay.
So do you know what it is?
I was like, yeah, can you tell me what this thing is? And they're like, yeah, it's a sun. I was like, what? What the fuck you say to me? It's the sun. I'm like, look, if you're gonna fucking lie to me, at least make it convincing, like aliens or some shit. Make it a bit of fun. There's a bit of banter back and forth, And yeah, I googled it when I got back home, and it turns out it was the sun. It is a real thing. So. Never seen it since, but. Apparently here you've got to get above the clouds to see it.
I'm going to get you for that.
But that's what they said.
I'm sure that they did. But yeah, UFO would have been a wonderful explanation too.
I'd have preferred that. Been less boring. There's me thinking I'm about to have a good time. Turns out it's the sun.
Depends on what you think of aliens, but so we have Christian saying he didn't realize
I did some stories about female aliens with
I've seen videos.
Oh god.
I gotta think alien porn was probably some of the first. It's probably one of the first things to
honestly
meet
would not
Rule
surprise me.
34. Well, I also have this theory that a lot of back in the day down in the South, alien encounters were actually just men being closeted.
Truckers without radios.
Okay, so him saying I didn't think anyone would worry, and that is his entire explanation, by the way. A guy who who has said repeatedly that he knows he's a local celebrity, knows that he gets noticed everywhere he goes. His picture's been in the paper. We've only known him for 5 weeks, and his picture's been on the front page of the paper like 3 times already. But he says, oh, I didn't think anyone would care if I was missing, including his entire family and his girlfriend that he has proposed to.
That's probably the most accurate thing I've heard in this book so far.
Yes, but it's supposed to make us go, oh, isn't he a hurt little puppy that doesn't realize people love him? Whereas I'm going, no, he's supposed to be a successful billionaire, head of a global industry company. He's not allowed to be that stupid.
Honestly,
if nothing else, make a phone call to tell the news, hey, I'm not dead, so that your company's stock price stops free falling.
Mm-hmm.
How about that? Mr. Genius businessman, billionaire by the time he's 25? Come on.
I'd buy his shares just so I could take the piss.
Hell yes.
But I mean, like, yeah, no, D.L. James, just no.
No, like, this is all so dumb. And then we'd worry. Grace scoffs. Oh, Christian, she scolds him. We've been going out of our minds. While you were all standing there so calmly in his apartment, not the parents for some reason. Why they all gathered and basically, broke into his place? I don't know.
Hang on. How many of them are there?
At his apartment right now, we've got literally every character in the entire book. We've got his mom, his dad, his brother, Anastasia, of course, Anastasia's roommate who's banging the brother, idiot photographer Jose who tried to sexually assault her and is the Jacob stand-in that I don't understand why is still in this book.
Why is he in the
Kate,
fucking house?
I don't know. Yeah, why? Well, because he came to drop off the photos. Because remember, he did an art gallery show where he had giant photos of Anastasia's face that he took without consent and then displayed at a gallery show and sold for thousands of dollars without her consent or knowledge. And of course, Christian bought them all because he's jealous. So then Jose, the artist himself, Jose, had to drive to Seattle to deliver them to Christian, and then somehow is spending the night in Christian's apartment because he needed to stay over for some reason.
Right.
Yeah, it's all contrived and bullshit. It's worse than Jacob being shoehorned into the rest of Twilight. But yeah, so he's randomly there.
Called hotels.
I know, right? And he just made like hella money, like in a sold out gallery show, and it's established that Christian paid like $25,000 for these pictures. And I don't know between the gallery and the artist like what the split is, but I assume he gets a decent amount of that. Not to mention like everything else that's sold in the show. That was only 6 pictures. He had the whole gallery. And for somebody who was still in college at the time, that's a hell of a get.
Yeah. I mean,
right.
I think anyone in college would just be like, yeah, I'm getting a penthouse.
I'll sleep in a van. Like, no. So Jose is there. Kate's brother, who I confuse with Christian's brother all the time, is there. Christian's sister is there. His apparently live-in housekeeper is there, and his live-in bodyguard / Man Friday is also there. So there's like 12 people in his apartment.
So how many of them are in the red room?
Nobody. In theory, he has the red room locked again, even though last time Anastasia wanted to go in there, she found it unlocked, which I was like, there's no way in hell he leaves that room unlocked at any time in the history of ever.
I'd go in there and just sell all this shit.
Oh, she started looking through drawers and finding butt plugs and other things that she had to ask him what all this was.
Oh,
and they
just
almost
fucking Google exists.
I know, she still doesn't know what butt plugs are, and also the author doesn't know the difference between an anal bead wand and individual anal beads on a string, because she clearly describes a wand, but then when Christian explains how it's used, he's clearly describing individual beads on a string.
Right.
And it's like, these are 2 different things. And I know because I own them both. I don't have them handy right now, but... And I swear I had like one of my butt plugs was on my desk the other day, and I think it must have fallen on the floor and become a cat toy. Because I went to look for it. Well, it's metal and it's round. If he whacks it, it'll move. And he likes things that he can whack with his paw and then they move, and then he does it again, and then he chases it and he's a kitty. It's only a little one. It's only like this big. It's the starter little one that I have never found any use for, but they're fun and cute. So I have like probably 20 of them, which people have given me over the years.
Now, what you want to do is you want to get 2 of them, right? You want to put them on. You want to actually stick them with double-sided tape on the flat part, right? Either side of your window, so that you can use those to put the curtain strap thing on. Yeah, you open the curtains and you have like little straps.
Oh yes, curtain ties.
Yeah, you just like That
would actually be a cute idea.
Oh god.
No, but I know somebody who once took 2 flogger whips and wove them into a wreath to hang on their front door when they moved into a new place. It was really nice.
I can imagine.
It genuinely was very nice. I remember him laughing and saying he
So
didn't
follow
think
me
any
for
of the...
more home decor tips.
And it was on the outside of the front door in the place he just moved to. And I remember him saying, I doubt any of the neighbors know what they are.
I mean, it's like those people who put fucking door knockers on just a ball sack.
Because why the hell not? I mean, I might not do it, but I'm a fan of all that stuff. Like, why not? People are too fucking uptight.
I would absolutely do that on my
We
door,
live-
except my neighbors they have
Like-
a young child. So.
Okay. Like, fair play if you're being respectful of, like, the area you live in. I understand that. And there is a line. But, you know, at least for me, I live in part of the, you know, most sexually repressed places in the world. And
If it was any other neighbor, I mean, I would absolutely do that because,
yes,
yeah,
why not?
my door is hidden. So
We've been going out of our minds. You made the news, bro. Stop using bro. Christian
Yeah, I wonder why.
rolls his it's probably his actual brother. It doesn't say who's saying it, so this could have been anyone in the room speaking. Yeah, I figured that much when I arrived to this reception and the handful of photographers outside. So there's photographers outside. Great. I'm sorry, Mom. I should have asked the driver to stop so I could phone, but I was anxious to be back. He glances at Jose because he was okay, so we're supposed to imply that he didn't even think to call because he was tripping out. That he knows Jose was delivering the pictures today. So that means Jose is alone with Anastasia. And oh my God, I have to get back to her, even if that means not taking 5 goddamn seconds to let the world know I'm alive. Because I am so goddamn paranoid that this woman I am obsessed with and have brainwashed to be under my complete and total control. Which, by the way, about 100 pages ago, we crossed that line. She no longer has any, like, not that she really had, like, much independence or autonomy, but she stopped even, like, trying to even in her own head. She has stopped trying to argue with his complete and total control over literally every move of her life. Whether it's telling her what to wear, telling her what to eat, who she's allowed or not allowed to socialize with and when, or demanding that she be literally locked in his apartment, or that she is never allowed to drive the car he just bought her.
He's rich. Just get on those fucking sex robots.
I know, right?
You can dress them.
Honey,
you can fucking play the tea
mail,
party. And...
phone up whatever place Trump bought Melania from. I'm sure they're still well stocked. Hey, it's well known they're a contract marriage. He bought her out of a prostitution contract. Everybody knows this.
Oh, yeah, would not surprise me.
No, he literally did. She was working as an escort when they met. She was exclusive to him for a few years. He eventually paid off her contract and bought her as a trophy wife. That's why they literally have a contract that she renegotiated when he became president, which I say more power to her. Take him to the fucking cleaners, which apparently she did. And she's recently renegotiated it again.
Well, it didn't clean the fucking orange off his face, did it? So.
No, and they even had, I didn't mean to click that. He even made her sign a contract because part of when they got married, the only thing that she said she wanted out of a marriage was she wanted a kid, one kid, because she didn't have any children. And she said she wants one kid that she could just dote on and be a mother and raise this kid. And that is enough to fulfill her life, basically. And that he's allowed to whore around with whoever he wants. Don't care. Long as you give me one child in this marriage. Then they got married. No joke, I legitimately remember hearing about the wedding of Trump and Melania on the news because I live very close to New York and they got married in New York. And it was all over the news as like this princess wedding is how they cast it. And oh my God, her dress is going to have like 90 yards of material and the train is like 10 feet long and they're getting married in this grand cathedral. And there's like a never ending list of celebrities that were there. I think there might have even actually been royalty there. I'm not even kidding. Like it was definitely a big event. They made a huge spectacle wedding out of it. So that's why I remember it. And then apparently, and this has been confirmed by multiple people, after they got married, he basically said, well, I don't want your body getting ruined, so I'm not going to get you pregnant. And then they argued about it. And then basically he wound up giving in because he had to, because it was part of their prearranged agreement. But he made her sign a contract saying that she would quote, get her body back within 3 weeks of giving birth. And that if he and that she was only allowed to breastfeed for 3 months, and that if he deemed it necessary afterwards, she was required to have a boob job and a tummy tuck to fix her body if he didn't like it afterwards. And that contract has been published. That has actually come out.
I can't actually imagine any court actually.
Yeah, again, yeah. No court would ever in a million years
that
say you can divorce her because she gained more than 5 pounds after giving birth to your child.
Not only that, but I mean,
and by the way, you were having
undergo surgery.
Yeah. Also, by the way, the entire time she's pregnant, he's having an affair with Karen McDougal and cheating on both of them with Stormy Daniels and God knows who else at the same time. And right after she gave birth, at about the same time he was doing Stormy Daniels, he tried to rape a reporter in their living room while Melania was upstairs getting changed.
Yeah. If ever you need to wonder where the real
inspiration
for this book came from.
Meanwhile, I've more than once I've thought Christian Grey is he's a little bit like Trump or Elon Musk before Elon Musk was known. But if you were evil Mark Zuckerberg was probably be the comparison at the time. But I have no doubt Trump served some inspiration for some of this. He absolutely had to have.
Then is there a Grey Tower?
There is, yes. Yes.
Yep, there we go.
Yes. Yeah, that's in the opening of the scene. As soon as she pulls up, it literally is called the Grey Tower or Grey Building, one of the two. And it literally, the first scene is her standing on the street looking straight up at this building that looks 100 feet tall. It's supposed to be intimidating and all that crap. But yeah, it literally says Grey right across the top, exactly like Trump's. Yeah.
Does it say in big gray letters?
Yes, it does. It literally does. It does. And I bet they were the best. They were the best letters.
The best ever letters. Yeah.
Nobody does it better than E.L. James. She's such an amazing writer.
Did I ever send you the interview I did with Donald Trump?
I don't think so.
About the time that he met Mandy.
Oh, I think you did. Though I'm still waiting for you to send me the arrest of Christian Grey. I sent you the page in which we definitively, nobody can argue with me about consent, have him committing rape. I'm still waiting for you to record the arrest of Christian Grey for me. You have that parrot AI thing. Is that letting you add people to it yet? Because I want you to add someone for me.
Oh, fuck knows. Couldn't tell you.
And not just because I'm horny. I don't know what it is, but apparently I've been single long enough that I'm really horny sometimes lately. It's okay, didn't miss that. Go away. Not interested in seeing anyone, so go away. Reporters.
I thought that's what toys are for. No, didn't.
I know, but they're only, they have their limit. I'm not saying the physical can be satisfied, but I want somebody to watch a movie with and, girl stuff. Oh, that's why. Because Jose is staying here. Yeah, apparently knowing that his girl was with another guy. And this is the guy who demanded that the only hairstylist allowed to cut her hair be the gay dude. He literally did. I frown at the thought. Jeez, all that worry. Grace shakes her head. I'm just glad you're back in one piece, darling. I start to relax.
He was secretly by one.
I start to relax, resting my head against his chest. He smells outdoorsy, slightly sweaty, of body wash.
Of course, he smells outdoorsy. He's just been in the fucking
He just
helicopter
walked through,
crash
like,
in the
a pine
wilderness.
forest for the most welcome scent in the world. Apparently, he has his own scent. Which, again, what is the old James obsession with, like, scent in things? Because remember in the other books, we got told about 400 times that,
Mhm.
like, he smelled like sandalwood and something, and she was like, I don't know, she was like
He
clean and
totally
roses
smelt
or
like
something.
this
I don't-
this scent that we're going to release.
That yes,
Merchandise.
I still expect that to happen for the other series. I still expect an official scent to be released because the
Well,
movies are still in the works. There's been progress on web pages, so it's moving.
I think it would be better off just put pond water in a fucking bottle and spray that.
Well, yeah, I mean it's gonna be atrocious, whatever it is.
Hmm.
I start to relax, resting my head against blah blah blah.
We'll go
Both-
fly a helicopter into a pond. I mean,
There you go.
that works.
Both engines, Carrick says again, frowning in disbelief. So apparently his father knows something about helicopters. Go figure. Christian shrugs and runs his hand down my back. Hey, he whispers. He puts his fingers under my chin and tilts my head back. Stop with the crying.
Right, so she literally thinks that he's dead, and he just walks to the door and he's like, "Oh, everybody, just stop crying." You know,
Yes!
what the fuck's this all?
That is getting highlighted.
I mean, I didn't think you'd be so pleased to see me. I mean,
Well, that's what we're supposed to fucking take from this is, oh, he's so damaged. He doesn't realize that everyone loves him and they'd be so sad if he was dead and you're supposed to feel sorry
I
for the
wasn't.
hurt, wounded puppy. I'm over it. I wipe
go
my
have a-
nose with...
I'd go into my bathroom and have a wank. Christian Grey is dead like fucking time. Ding, 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 ding. Throw the head back. It's like helicopter crash. Do-do-do-do-do.
Also, isn't helicoptering something guys do with their dick? Am I wrong? I think I've heard about this in like
Fucking auto
college.
that bitch.
Isn't it where you like spin your dick in a circle?
Yes. I mean, not me personally. But
Why?
helicopter.
I mean, if you want to stick a sparkler in it and show off on New Year's, I'll take that.
Budgie's little helicopter. Do, 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 do.
Have you ever seen puppetry of the penis?
No.
So or there's like a, I don't know if it's like it was before TikTok. There was like Instagram or something of a guy who, don't ask me why, but showed off various pictures of him using his penis as like a snack serving tray. I'm not making that up. There's also a guy who is an quote unquote artist who dips his penis in paints and then paints with it. Again, I don't understand any of these people. I'm just saying I know they exist.
I mean, I've seen people painting with their own feces, but
Yeah, but no, the guy dipped his dick in actual paint, and he like live streams himself painting, like I think like famous people. He does portraits.
okay, I never ever want to be famous.
I
Fuck
went-
no.
I
I do not want to be that kind of famous. That's not what I want to be famous for.
You know, I've always said whenever the question comes up, like, do you want to be rich and famous? I'm like, no, I want to be rich, but not famous.
Uh-huh.
You can keep the fame, just give me the money.
Damn straight.
I wipe my nose with the back of my hand in a most unladylike way. Stop with the disappearing, I sniff, and his lips quirk up. Electrical failure.
I mean,
That's-
in fairness, this time it wasn't
he
really
said.
his fault.
No, it wasn't actually his fault at all. As we find out later, it was sabotage. So it really wasn't his fault.
Oh, you don't get me wrong. I imagine he's a pretty fucking shit pilot, but in this instance, you know, yeah, he wasn't really.
Okay, here's a mistake within 5 pages. Because Electrical failure. That's odd, isn't it? Carrick says again. He didn't say the electrics failed. He said when the fire started, he cut power to try and limit the fire. He didn't say the electrics failed. And he said he didn't turn them back on because he was afraid of reigniting the fire, which I think is bullshit.
I mean, that would imply that he turned the avionics and stuff off as well. So
I don't know. All that it literally the line that it says is, quote, I turned off all electrics or something like. Hold on, let me find it. Because he says what he did.
Turning off the electrics isn't going to do anything.
That's what I thought.
I mean, turning off the. See, the power is different to electrical power. If you cut power to the engines, it's not actually cutting the electrical power. It's reducing the throttle.
Where is it? It's here somewhere. I had no choice but to cut all the electronics and land. So that's how he phrased it.
Yeah, no. I mean, you want as much.
Yeah,
I
he
mean,
said
you need your.
That was after the engine is on fire.
Okay, so is this during the day or is this at night?
During the day.
I presume it's during the day.
It's
because
daytime.
He's going sightseeing with this
Yeah,
random woman that he's totally not banging.
He was flying to and from a business meeting.
Right.
So yeah, daytime.
So
and he said he cut all electronics.
No.
Which apparently I guess means the radio too?
No, that I mean,
and the transponder?
If he really wanted to, I mean, you could cut the master switch right before you touch down. But I mean,
he doesn't use the word master switch, but maybe that's what they're implying.
I mean, the idea of doing that is if you're knocked out, you don't want the electronics. I mean, there's already a fire, but you don't want electrical sparks and things like that, igniting fuel and all the rest of it. So if you cut the power, it's usually a master switch somewhere or other.
Okay, so
in my case, it was down on my feet. But
we're supposed to be getting that his dad is calling this sus because apparently he knows enough about helicopters to say this is sus.
It's not something you'd want to do straight away. I mean,
yeah, but it also sounds like Christian.
You're going to lose all your instruments.
Yeah, exactly.
You need to know that you need to keep an eye on your airspeed, your altitude, but most of your airspeed.
Yeah, so it also sounds like Christian didn't. Well, actually, it sounds like the author didn't know what she was doing, and seriously. I have actually been told by somebody because I'm trying to research something for my fanfic and I'm running into a brick wall of its information that is in $1,000 books that you buy in med school, but I need details. And so what I thought of and what a friend actually told me independently I should do is just email local doctors, clinic, whatever place that can do this and ask them for details and just say, I'm writing a book. Can you tell me details on this, please?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sorry, E.L. James, you could have called up 1 billion people who know how to fly a helicopter and asked for details to write the scene.
Yeah. And they can do the same thing with movies, the amount of movies that make stupid mistakes.
Exactly. I know. You remember the movie The Human Centipede, the first one?
Mm-hmm.
Where their big marketing gimmick and the way they got people to watch this movie was they put on the posters and they put out on all the website and the marketing bullshit, medically accurate. And the guy who wrote it said the only reason that I can fucking say that, and we did it purely for marketing, was I called up 10 different doctors' offices at random and told them the plot of the movie and said, is this technically possible? And when they said yes, that means I can say it's medically accurate. And he admits this fully.
I suppose he's got a point, but
he does. I kind of applaud the evil genius of it.
I'm the worst one to watch aviation movies with, by the way.
Yeah, because you will be calling bullshit.
Which and I were watching.
I do that with witchcraft movies.
The one with Gerard Butler.
An aviation movie?
Yeah, he plays a captain, and they end up crash landing on this random
Robinson
island.
Crusoe?
No.
Swiss Family Robinson.
Well, I think it's called Flight or something. I'm sure. It's called Flight.
Okay, there are
But yeah, he's an airline pilot, and they go down in. But he's like, I can't remember exactly how it happened, but it's like we need to cut power to the engine. We need to turn the engines off and turn all the power off and get down to a low altitude so that we can get out of this turbulence or something. No, we don't. Why would you do that? That's
that doesn't sound like anything you should do when there's turbulence. And I don't know fuck about shit, but I know that don't sound right.
No, just fly at a different altitude if you're really that worried about it. I mean, you got a fucking weather radar on the plane. I mean, why you go around the weather in the first place? I don't know. But
yeah, really.
They're like, oh, we need to shut down the engines because otherwise we're gonna crash. I'm like, no, never. But yeah, you could tell that they absolutely had no idea what they're talking about when they wrote that.
Oh yes. Yes, crossed my mind too, Dad, but not right now. I'd just like to go to bed and think about all that shit tomorrow. So the media knows that the Christian Grey has been found safe and well, Kate says.
Right.
And yet, literally, as he was walking in, they were literally watching the news, still reporting that he is missing.
Yeah, not only that, but don't want to like get you just.
And also, are you
helicopter crash? You don't want to go to a hospital or anything
and
like
also,
that.
Where is the other person? And you're telling me not one of the reporters that's apparently downstairs outside the building, not one of them cut in live when he walked up? Really? They don't want the scoop of their lifetime?
Yeah, I mean that footage itself, but quite a bit.
Of Christian Grey just appears miraculously in the middle of downtown Seattle, and apparently he walked up looking disheveled because he had his jacket and his shoes and socks in his hand. That is the idea of him looking disheveled.
And also, why does he have his shoes off?
I don't know. I asked the same question. I'm like, why the fuck is he not wearing his shoes? I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, why would you do that anywhere in the city?
I know, ew.
I wouldn't even do that in a small town.
Like
glass and shit.
I barely will tolerate wearing very full coverage sandals if I'm walking on grass because I don't like walking on grass at all. But
yeah.
I'm not an outdoor person.
I'd rather.
I got tortured with being thrown outside as a child because I was not an outdoor person.
If it's a choice between sandals and no shoes at all, yeah, I'm going no shoes at all.
No, see, I'm the complete opposite. I don't like my feet touching anything. But yeah, my abusive as fuck aunt used to literally take me and my cousin and just throw us in her backyard, which is fenced in and literally had nothing in it, and just leave us out there for like 5 hours. Saying like, good for you to get out. And it's like, no, we're getting sunburned to fucking all. We have no bathroom and no water. And every time we pound on the door to tell you we need those things, you're too busy blobbed out in front of the TV watching daytime soaps to give a fuck. And it literally was. She didn't care. Sorry to go off on a thing. It just made me think of it.
I was just thinking if there was nothing in the garden when you went out there, then.
No, it was just a completely plain, empty, nothing. It was just a fenced-in backyard with nothing in it. It was completely empty.
I mean, technically, when you go out there, then you're out there. You're in the garden. So.
Yeah, so there's the two of us getting sunburned to hell and back, and dehydrated, and having to pee. I mean, we were little. We were like, 4 or 5. Which, who lets a kid that age, like, go outside by themselves anyway for hours? Like, I don't care there was a fence around. There was a gate on it. It opened. Like...
Yeah, there are weirdos outside.
Well, this is
truckers and rich helicopter pilots.
This is the same aunt who, like, 10 years after that, more than 10 years, 10, 12 years, when she had her third child, my oldest cousin that I was talking about being the first, when I went to visit her, they had just moved to a new city, new house. They'd only lived there a couple weeks, and I, to my everlasting shock, watched the 4-year-old child go to the front door, grab his jacket, put it on, and just shout, "Mom, I'm going out!" And then walk out the front door completely by himself. And this is at like 10 o'clock in the morning. So then 6:30 in the evening rolls around.
Yeah, no, I'd be shouting
when-
down the stairs. No, you're not.
And when he has not yet come home from dinner, because he's somehow supposed to know that he's supposed to be, he has no watch, and he's literally 4 years old. So his dad goes driving around the neighborhood, literally shouting out the car window, shouting his name out the car window to tell him to come home. Because in this neighborhood, there was a group of 5 or 6 little kids that were between the ages of like 3 and 7 that would just gather every day and then spend their entire day. This is in like the summer, there's no school, just wandering around the neighborhood. In which time I heard the 4-year-old say that one of the things that they did was, because this is in the burbs, it's a pretty nice area, pretty well off, that they would wander around and they would go into the backyards of other houses, especially the ones that have a pool.
Huh.
That they would basically climb over the fence so somebody could unlock the gate and let them in houses where there was nobody home, obviously, to see that there is this gang of kids that has appeared in their backyard, because it was like a group of like 6 or 7 of them. And they would do this all day, every day. Like, I couldn't believe it then, I don't believe it now, but it never changed, because I watched this kid grow up till he was about 20, and it never changed. And wow, was he one violent little asshole by the time he grew up.
Don't surprise me.
He almost broke my arm once and actually caused a severe injury to the nerve in my arm, to the point where I had to stop my driving lessons at the time because I was losing control of my hand, because he'd compressed the nerve in my arm so badly that my hand would go numb and I couldn't move it. And it would come on like out of nowhere. So obviously I can't drive if that's happening. And so I had to spend like 8 weeks in physiotherapy to rehab it. And even though my aunt watched him do this to me, because we were having a fight, me and the cousin, not me and the aunt, me and the 16-year-old violent brat. And even though my aunt watched him attack me and watched him do this, she never admitted that he did anything wrong. She blamed me for the whole thing.
Yeah, also.
Even though her 16-year-old grabbed me so violently and nearly broke my arm, caused serious damage, and she watched him drag me. And I weighed this kid by about 150 pounds. And he, grabbing only my arm, was able to physically drag me across the entire backyard. Which I remember at the time being very impressed that a 16-year-old who probably weighed about 110 pounds was able to drag my incredibly heavy ass across like cobblestones a good like 30 feet. And it was, you know what it was over? It was over, he called me a bad word. So I took his hat that he was wearing. I took his hat and said, I will give it back when you apologize, because you are a 16-year-old brat, I'm 20-something, and you don't call any woman that word. We then argued for 4 hours, in which he refused to apologize and then wound up violently attacking me to get his hat back. And his mother never admitted that he did anything wrong. Like,
I'd have put the hat in the toilet and taken a dump on it.
I threw it in the pool.
I mean,
I put a rock in it. We were outside the whole time, so I put a rock in it and threw it in the pool.
Did you also take a dump in the pool?
No, but I remember my idiot aunt going back and forth between telling him that, yes, he needs to apologize because you don't call somebody that word. And then when he wouldn't, and he was just being a brat, her changing 180 and going to me, well, you should just give him the hat because he didn't really mean it and he doesn't know what he's saying. He's 16 years old. He knows exactly what he fucking said. And then when he didn't get his way and mommy couldn't make me, because even when mommy literally demanded that I give the hat back, and I'm looking at her like, I'm 24 years old. What the fuck do you think you're going to tell me, bitch? You haven't been able to tell me what to do in a day in my life. You're not getting the fucking hat. And she tried to take it off me a few times, and I was like, no. And so then
right, Karen, fucking hell.
Yeah, exactly. And then he escalated and called me worse things. He called me the C word. And that's when his mom like really drew a line and was like, okay, I was letting you get away with it before, but you're not calling somebody that. So, and then mom threw up her hands, went in the house, and just ignored the thing, and then it just escalated, and yeah. And then the next day when I said to her, I'm like, do you realize if your violent little psychopath did that to somebody on the street, his ass would be in jail right now? Do you get that? And her answer to me was, oh, they can't arrest him. He's still a minor. He's 16! So one, he's not a minor. Under Canadian law, you are not a minor at 16. And two, he violently attacked somebody.
What's the age of criminal responsibility in?
It depends. It's different for different things. But at 16, you are legally a young adult. You are not a minor. So it doesn't mean you're allowed to do certain things. You can't drink, you can't vote, you can't buy a lottery ticket, you can't join the army. But you are a young adult. You are responsible. At 16, you can hold a full license. If you're responsible enough to hold a full license and drive a car, well, then you're responsible enough to know not to violently attack people.
Yeah.
So don't tell me he's a fucking kid who doesn't know any better. Christ. He knew better. He just didn't want to say sorry. He also detonated a garbage can because he got really mad, and right before he attacked me, he kicked a metal garbage can so hard the lid actually popped off and landed in the neighbor's yard. Which was kind of funny in the moment. I don't know if they ever got the lid back.
I wouldn't have given it back to them.
I wouldn't have. Yes.
I just sat on it and just looked at them over the fence.
They didn't get along with the neighbors either. So I don't know what happened. Like, I almost lost my dog because of their neighbors and my aunt being an idiot. Okay, I'm going to get to the end of this chapter if it kills me. We've still got one more. You don't have to stay, but thank you. And you're welcome to stay, certainly. I love having you here.
Yeah, I doubt I can all night because, I've got an assignment due in a few days.
But we're glad to have you for every second. And if you ever want to sponsor a duck, I am here for you. And you can name it whatever ridiculous thing you want, and I will say it every single week, no matter what it is, even if I hate it.
Gertrude. No,
that's actually not a bad name.
But
you have to actually sponsor a duck for me to draw a duck and name it. Also, it will let me know if my StreamYards is finally working after all the work I did. Yes, Andrea and my PR people will deal with the media. Ross called her after we dropped her home. Okay, so somebody knew. So you dropped Ross at home first, and she called the office PR person to let the world know that you're alive. And yet somehow the news was still reporting you as missing. Okay. Yes, Andrea called me to let me know. Yes, wait a minute. What? Hold on. I need to read this again. Yes, Andrea and my PR people will deal with the media. Ross called her after we dropped her home, meaning they dropped her home first and then he was dropped here, followed by, yes, Andrea called me to let me know you were still alive. Carrick grins. That's his father. His father, who was just as surprised to see him walk in as everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't he have turned around and said, "Oh, I've just had a phone call"?
Yeah, how about telling your wife, his mother, his would-be fiance?
Well, all of these other people that care about him. Bullshit.
The media.
I mean, all of these other people who want the money in the will.
So you just said somebody called you to tell you, and what? I must give that woman a raise. Sure is late, Christian, says Christian. I think that's a hint, ladies and gentlemen, that my dear bro needs his beauty sleep. Elliot scoffs suggestively. How's that scoffing? Christian grimaces at him. Why are they being bitches to each other right now? Carrie, my son is safe. You can take me home now. Carrie. Grace looks adoringly at her husband. Yes, I think I could use the sleep, Carrick replies, smiling down at her. Does he know? Does the dad know? Did he walk in on Christian beating the fuck out of someone while fucking them at some point? Like, does he know? Because I think he knows. Stay, Christian offers. No, sweetheart, I want to get home. Now that I know you're safe. There's no way his mother would leave. Okay, I'm sorry. If she's a mom,
Yeah, no.
there's no way in hell. And he says stay, she's gonna stay and she's gonna be in the same bed as him tonight. Because she's a mom.
Helicopter crash, likelihood of injuries that you can't necessarily see.
Like, seriously, nobody is saying we should call a doctor or get a CT scan or... Like, really? Christian reluctantly eases me onto the couch and stands. Grace hugs him once more, presses her head against his chest and closes her eyes, content. He wraps his arms around her. I was so worried, darling, she whispers. I'm okay, Mom. She leans back and studies him intently while he holds her. Yes, I think you are. She says slowly, glances at me and smiles, and I flush. I'm just remembering this now.
Assessment?
Thank you! I was just saying, isn't his mother a doctor? And yes, she is. So is the sister. They are both doctors.
Then yeah, they would absolutely know. Just like no chance. We're taking your word for it.
No, we're getting in the car. We're going to the hospital. Yeah. So mom is supposed to be some hotshot cardiothoracic surgeon, and so is the sister. And no, they're both perfectly. No, you look fine. Yeah, really. Yeah. No. Not how anything works. We follow Carrick and Grace as they make their way to the foyer. Behind me, I'm aware that Mia and Ethan are having a heated, whispered conversation, but I can't hear it. Maybe the kids are smarter than the parents. Mia's smiling shyly at Ethan, and he's grasping her and shaking his head. Suddenly, she crosses her arms and turns on her heel. He rubs his forehead with one hand, obviously frustrated. Mom, Dad, wait for me, Mia calls suddenly. Perhaps she's as mercurial as her brother. Maybe she's the only one with a brain. Kate hugs me hard. I can tell some serious shit's been going down while I've been blissfully ignorant in Barbados. It's kind of obvious you two are nuts about each other. I'm glad he's safe, not just for him, Anna, but for you. I called it. I told you she turned stupid. She was the only real person. She was the only one who was pissed off at his existence, and the only one called him out on his abusive bullshit. But now it's all okay. She's turned into another simpering idiot like everybody else. Thank you, Kate, I whisper. Yeah, who knew we'd find love at the same time? She grins. Wow, she admitted it. Okay, so now we have equally stupid. That I guess Kate is so in love with Ethan. Yeah, they've known each other for the same length of time. So yeah, she's in love with Christian's brother. I'm telling you, my theory that Christian and his brother decided, let's pick two dumbass bimbos to have some fun with and just use and abuse and throw away because we're rich and powerful and we can do that. And then the game got out of hand and they're like, well, how far can we trick these two dumbass bitches? Can we get them to actually marry us and make it even worse when we cast them aside or murder them like we did to those two hookers after graduation or prom? I'm sure it was a thing. Like, I really suspect that there was, like...
Perhaps there was no GPS. Perhaps he knew the area because that's where he hid all the bodies.
Maybe. We have been speculating where 10 of his 15 subs went because we were told about the prior...
It's only like 100 miles away.
Yeah, we were told about the prior existence of 15 of his subs, and yet he only confirmed that 4 of them are still alive. So we've long maintained that he murdered the other 11 and that Taylor buried them somewhere. And that, we thought that's where they put Jack Hyde, but he's apparently still alive because he comes back. Yeah, who knew we'd find love at the same time? Wow, she admitted it. With brothers, I giggle. We could end up sister-in-laws, she quips. I tense and then mentally kick myself as Kate stands back to gaze at me with her "what aren't you telling me"
not
look.
How sister-in-laws work, but okay.
No, not exactly.
Mm-hmm.
I flush. Damn, should I tell her that he's asked me? Come on, baby. Elliot summons her from the elevator. I love any guy who thinks he can summon his woman, unless she is a demon from the underworld or a ghost. Let's talk tomorrow, Anna. You should be exhausted. Again, no idea who's speaking. I'm reprieved. Sure. You too, Kate. You've traveled such a long distance today. So apparently this is the exact day she got back from Barbados and she walked into this. We hug once more, and then she and Elliot follow the Greys into the elevator. Ethan shakes Christian's hand and gives me a quick hug. He looks distracted, but he follows them into the elevator and the doors close. Jose is hovering in the hallway as we come out of the foyer. Look, I'll turn in, leave you guys, he says. I blush. Why is this awkward? Because he shouldn't exist in your universe anymore. He tried to sexually assault you in a parking lot while you were drunk and take advantage, and you're too stupid to cut him off and then felt bad for not talking to him for like 18 hours after that. Because she's that much of an idiot. Where do you know where to go? Christian asks. Jose nods. Yeah, the housekeeper, Mrs. Jones, I prompt. Yeah, Mrs. Jones showed me earlier. Quite a place you have here, Christian. So he's still staying over. Like, also, with all Christian's money, why didn't he just say, I'll get him a room at the Hyatt or something? Because he
Yeah,
clearly
I
doesn't
mean, he's
want this
jealous
guy in
of
his
blokes.
apartment. Yeah, so why didn't he just say, I'll pay for a hotel for him? Like, we've established he makes $125,000 every 15 minutes. He said that himself.
I'm just wondering when the NTSB are getting called, because
I'm still wondering that too. Like, why isn't
he's
there's
got a
gonna
lot
be
of
an
paperwork to fill out.
investigation into the crash? He's gonna get questioned about why were you off your flight plan? You know, why didn't you radio in if you were gonna detour? Why didn't you have some kind of working communication?
How did you manage to crash a helicopter into the middle of...
There you go. That too. You could have, like, how did he not? In the movie, this is the one thing I wonder, and I don't know where the movie, like, they obviously CGI'd the fuck out of a helicopter just crashing into indiscriminate woods. They could have been anywhere, so I don't know if that's actually what the side of Mount St. Helens looks like, that it's very dense forest. But also, if you crash a helicopter into a super dense forest, how did you not start a really big forest fire?
Yep.
It's kind of that concern too, because I've always wanted, even the movie, I was like, okay, there would have been like a massive forest fire like instantly from this, because there would have been jet fuel like spraying on the trees and lighting it up.
And they're still looking for him at this point, as far as
They're
I'm
still
aware.
looking for him. They are still looking for him. Only his family knows that he is here. And well, he did say there were reporters in the lobby, so I'm assuming the reporters outside like snap pictures and have informed local news at this point or something, or somebody has, I hope. I don't know. It doesn't say. Thank you, Christian. Thank you, Christian says politely as he comes to stand beside me. Placing his arm around my shoulders, leaning over, he kisses my hair. I'm going to eat whatever Mrs. Jones has put out for me. Good night, Jose. Christian wanders back into the great room, leaving Jose and me at the entrance. There's no way he leaves her alone with him. Wow. Left alone with Jose. See, even she knows.
Yeah, especially considering, he's taken pictures of her and he's got so jealous that he has to buy these pictures. Yeah.
Well, good night. Jose looks uncomfortable all of a sudden. Good night, Jose, and thank you for staying. No!
He's getting murdered in his sleep.
Absolutely. He'll be gone in the morning, and Christian will make up some excuse that he had to go back for something, but we all know where he really is. Sure, Anna. Anytime your rich hotshot
St.
boyfriend
Helens.
goes missing, I'll be there. Yes. That would be a great place to bury some bodies, would it not?
Well, I mean, a lot of eyes, but I suppose.
Jose, I admonish. Only kidding. Don't get mad. I'll be leaving early in the morning. I'll see you sometime, yeah? I've missed you. See, perfect setup. Sure, Jose. Soon I hope.
Foreshadowing.
Yep. Sorry tonight was so shitty. I smirk apologetically. Why are you saying sorry for anything? Yeah, he grins. Shitty. He hugs me. Seriously, Anna, I'm glad you're happy, but I'm here if you need me. I didn't understand why Jacob existed past like the second Twilight movie. I don't understand why Jose exists. If he appears at all in the third one, I reserve the right to skip every scene that he's in. I gaze up at him. Thank you. He flashes me a sad, bittersweet smile, and then he goes upstairs. I turn back to the great room. Christian stands beside the couch, watching me with an unreadable expression on his face. We're finally alone, and we gaze at each other. He's still got it bad, you know, he murmurs. And how would you know that, Mr. Gray? I recognize the symptoms, Miss Steele. I hate when they do this shit. I believe I have the same affliction. I thought I'd never see you again, I whisper. There, the words are out. All my worst fears packaged neatly in one short sentence, now exorcised. It wasn't as bad as it sounds. I pick up his suit jacket and shoes from where they lay on the floor and move towards him. I'll take that, he whispers, reaching for his jacket. Christian gazes down at me as if I'm his reason for living and mirrors my look. I'm sure.
Yeah, he's totally got something incriminating in his jacket.
Something's in the jacket, yeah. He's here, really here. He pulls me into his arms and wraps himself around me. Christian, I gasp, and my tears start anew. Hush, he soothes, kissing my hair. You know, in the few seconds of sheer terror before I landed, all my thoughts were of you. You're my talisman, Anna. Which is more or less what his horrible therapist told her. That basically she is somehow magically the cure to all of his trauma. And that as long as he has her... Oh, yeah. No, like I said, his therapist is up there with the therapist from Split for being the worst therapist in fiction ever. But literally he basically had a so-called professional psychiatrist therapist tell this vulnerable, impressionable, brainwashed young woman that as long as he has you in his life, he can control his violent temper and his need to, quote, beat and whip little brown-haired girls that remind him of his mother to take out his rage against her on them.
Wait, that was her therapist saying that?
No, that was his therapist. That he pays enough that his therapist was bidding hundreds of thousands of dollars on a private auction that he came to. His therapist is the worst therapist ever, and Christian basically admits that after going through like reputable therapists that actually tried to make him face his issues and deal with this bullshit, he found someone that he could pay to say whatever he wants. But to have somebody like that tell this woman, like, who is young and insecure, oh, as long as he has you, then he's fine. His life is good. You're the cure to his mental issues and his childhood trauma. So basically, like, saying, yeah, exactly. But basically implying, like, you can never leave him because you're his soothing place in the world. You're the only relief from all this trauma and angst he's ever had. That's why he needs you and he clings to you so much. It makes less sense in the actual scene, I swear.
But that, dear therapist, is called a toxic relationship.
Absolutely. I thought I'd lost you, I breathe. We stand holding each other, recognizing and reassuring each other. As I tighten my arms around him, I realize I'm still holding his shoes. Excuse me, why am I suddenly having... I dropped them noisily to the
wife
floor.
And tell her not to worry like this if I'm ever in a fucking plane crash.
Yeah, you really should do. Dear Witchy Poo, if I am ever in a plane that goes down, here is a list of the top 10 things that you do and do not do.
Yeah, don't fucking panic.
Yeah, no, really, you should write instructions.
Because I won't be.
You legitly should write her instructions. I assure you, should anything like that happen, it will make her feel better in the moment. Even if they're stupid, it will still help. Come and shower with me, he murmurs. This is going to lead, she's going to get on her knees in the shower or something, and I'm going to vomit. Okay, I glance up at him.
Because that's exactly what you need, raising the
blood
pressure.
You're so thinking about sex right now. Like, it's the last thing I'd be thinking of.
I mean, it's not like you could potentially have, some sort of fucking
I know. The fact
Potential aneurysm or
that
some
nobody's
sort
going
of.
to the hospital after. You
You do
know,
not want his blood pressure going up.
no, or anything
If he's
else.
got any internal bleeding, it's going to just
Yup.
pump all that fucking blood into.
Mm-hmm. You know, even tear-stained, you're beautiful, Anastasia Steele. He leans down and kisses me gently, and your lips are so soft. He kisses me again, deepening it. Oh my, and to think I could have lost. No, I stop thinking and surrender myself. What else have you fucking done this entire series? I need to put my jacket down, he murmurs.
Wait, she thinks.
Drop it. No, drop it, I murmur against his lips. I can't. Oh, here we are. What's with the jacket? I lean back and gaze up at him, puzzled. He smirks at me. This is why. From inside the breast pocket, he pulls out the small box I gave him that contains my present. Because it's his birthday coming up, and she gave him a box with his present and said, don't open it until your birthday. He slings the jacket over the back of the couch and places the box on top. Seize the day, Anna, my subconscious prods me. Well, it's after midnight, so technically it's his birthday. Open it, I whisper, and my heart starts pounding. I was hoping you'd say that, he murmurs. This has been driving me crazy. There's no way in hell he didn't open it, by the way. Because it's just a like gift box. It's not like glued shut or sealed in any way. So he could open it and look, and like she'd have no way to know. So there's no way in hell he didn't look. I grin impishly at him.
I'd like if it was a butt plug.
I feel giddy. He gives me a shy smile, and I melt despite my thumping heart, delighting in his amused yet intrigued expression. With deft fingers, he unwraps and opens the box. His brow creases as he fishes out a small, rectangular plastic keychain, featuring a picture made up of tiny pixels that flash on and off like an LED screen. Why is it like an LED screen and not just a fucking LED? But this is the woman who used the line, he hands her the console! It depicts the Seattle skyline with the word Seattle written boldly across the landscape. He stares at it for a minute and then gazes
In
at me.
case he forgets where he lives.
He might.
Or he gets lost in the woods and he just just if he crashes another helicopter, he just like walks up to somebody and just like holds out. He's like points at it.
He stares at me for a minute and then gazes at me bemused, a frown marring his lovely brow. Turn it over, I whisper, holding my breath. He does, and his eyes shoot to mine, wide and gray, alive with wonder and joy. His lips part in disbelief. The word, yes, flashes on and off the keyring. Happy birthday, I whisper. So this is her saying yes to his proposal. And it's supposed to be romantic because she gave him the keychain before she met with his therapist. And he was super worried about the therapist telling her that, oh yeah, he's definitely like fucked up for life and there's no fixing it. So all he's done is try to manage it. But since he's met you, that's actually become a possibility. But he was very worried about that. So the fact that she gave it to him saying yes before that is supposed to be all cute and romantic, and now they're officially engaged. And that's the end of the chapter, and I'm pouring another glass of wine. Because we got one more left, and I'm not drunk enough. So they're officially engaged now, so his ownership is almost complete. I mean, it's complete when he kills her and buries her where he buried the others, but it's getting there.
Honestly, it'd be more fun if he was paying her.
Yes, and that is my whole thing I don't get with this. He's rich as fuck. He says he makes $125,000 every 15 minutes. Just pay somebody to be what you want, and that would make way more sense. Like all of his past subs, and it's offered her, like I said, she's right out of college. She could be like, hey, you got massive college debt, like everybody. I can wipe that out in 1 month of being my submissive. You'll be completely debt-free. If you stay the whole 3 months, you'll have enough to set you up in like good place for the rest of your life. That would give him some appeal and draw to her to get her to try these things, and then have to be dealing with her conflicting emotions and his like growing actual desire outside of just using her as a stress release object. That, oh, he actually starts to fall for her and blah blah. That's a much better story. And I think I've both read and written that a few times. Chapter 20. You'll marry me, he whispers, incredulous. I nod nervously, flushing and anxious and not quite believing his reaction. This man whom I've thought I've lost, how can he not understand how much I love him?
How long have they been together at this point?
5 weeks.
Oh my god.
Yep.
Hmm.
Which, by the way, is longer than Maxim and Alessia. They were married after like 3 weeks.
Oh
Though-
my god.
Though that one she specifically said was patterned after a fairy tale, even though it's so much Beauty and the Beast, and she claims it was modeled after Cinderella, and I'm like, no, it wasn't. It was very clearly modeled after Beauty and the Beast, and everybody online said she stole the entirety of everything from a show nobody remembers called Beastly, which ran for like 6 episodes. Apparently, nobody noticed it. It was a huge failure, but it was about like a modern day somebody cursed with the turning into the beast thing who has to find true love, and that basically every element of the Mr. and the Mrs. is taken from that.
Yep, sounds like
Well, yeah, like we know huge parts of this, especially the first one, was entirely a ripoff of the Pierce Brosnan and Thomas Crown affair. Say it, he orders softly, his gaze intense and hot. Notice she doesn't say he asks her, she says he orders her. Yes, I'll marry you. Why? He inhales sharply and moves suddenly, grabbing me and swinging me around in a most un-50-like manner. His laughing, young and carefree, radiating joy and elation. I grab his arms and hold on, feeling his muscles ripple beneath my fingers, and his infectious laughter sweeps me up. Dizzy, addled, a girl totally and utterly smitten with her man. There's not one moment in any 3 of the movies that captures what this moment is supposed to capture. Not one. Not even close. And it's confirmed by both the leads in the movie that they had no chemistry. Not that they didn't like each other or anything. They got along fine. They just had no chemistry.
Mhm.
And that the sex scenes were so awkward and terrible, they got called back multiple times to refilm them because of the lack of chemistry. And they're still terrible. He puts me down and kisses me hard. His hands are on either side of my face, his tongue insistent, persuasive, arousing. That's called grabbing her face and forcing his tongue in her mouth. Oh, Anna, he breathes against my lips, and it's an exaltation that leaves me reeling. He loves me, of that I have no doubt, and I savor the taste of this delicious man. This man I thought I might never see again. His joy is evident, his eyes shining, his youthful smile, and his relief almost palpable. I thought I'd lost you, I murmur, still dazed and breathless from his kiss. Baby, it will take more than a malfunctioning 135 to keep me away from you. Oh, here we go. Mark, here's some info for you. 135. Charlie Tango. She's a Eurocopter EC-135. So how fast is that? It's the
that
safest
you'll get
in
a
its
reasonable
class.
speed out of.
So how fast could you get from Seattle to Portland?
No idea. I don't know how far that is, but
Eurocopter EC-135.
you're looking easily 150 miles an hour.
Okay, then you could make the trip Seattle to Portland in like 40 minutes in that. Some unnamed but dark emotion crosses his face briefly, distracting me. What isn't he saying? Before I can ask him, he stills and looks down at me, frowning, and for a second I think he's going to tell me. I blink up into his speculative gray eyes. Wait a minute. You gave me this before we saw Flynn, that's the therapist, he says, holding up the keychain. He looks almost horrified. Oh dear, where is he going with this? I nod, keeping a straight face. His mouth drops open, and I shrug apologetically. I wanted you to know whatever Flynn said, it wouldn't make a difference to me. Christian blinks at me in disbelief. So all yesterday evening, when I was begging you for an answer, I already had it? He says, dismayed. I nod again, trying desperately to gauge his reaction. He gazes at me in stupefied wonder and then narrows his eyes and his mouth twists with an amused irony. All that worry, he whispers ominously. There's a word you should never associate with someone you're in a relationship with. I grin at him and shrug once more. Oh, don't try and get cute with me, Miss Steele. Right now I want... He runs his hand back through his hair and shakes his head and changes tact. I can't believe you left me hanging. His whisper is laced with disbelief. His expression alters subtly, his eyes gleaming wickedly, his mouth twitching into a carnal smile, because he's just decided to do something to punish her, I guarantee you. Holy hell, a thrill runs through me. What is he thinking? I believe some retribution is in order, Miss Steele. I said it! 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 Where's my riding crop? Where's my riding crop? Bad, 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 bad book. Bad book. Bad. He just got the answer he wanted, but because she didn't answer him immediately, now he's going to pretend that he's pissed about it so he can spank her or whip her or what the fuck ever, and she's going to be dumb enough to go along with it and think she deserves it. Now I really wish I had handcuffs on. I miss my handcuffs. Retribution? Oh shit. I know he's playing, but I take a cautious step back from him anyway. Again, something you shouldn't have to do with something. He grins.
All right, well, I'm gonna have to head off. So
That's
I'll,
okay.
I'll
Thank
catch you
you
in a
for
bit.
thank you for dropping in. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries.
Have a good night.
Catch you later.
Later. Now we're all alone again, but that's okay. It's okay. Let me see. We got roughly about 15 pages left. So we're making pretty decent time tonight. So as for Nate, I think Mark was just bailing before there's bad sex. Wow, am I getting hungry? Is that the game? He whispers. Because I will catch you. Oh, so now he's saying like run because I want to chase you. Which let's just say being chased is kind of being chased around can be kind of can definitely be a sexy thing. And his eyes burn with bright, playful intensity. And you're biting your lip, he adds threateningly. All of my insides tighten at once. Oh my future husband wants to play. How is he not exhausted? He just crashed a helicopter and walked like 8 hours back to civilization. And he's like, he's not only horny, but has enough energy to chase her around and have like really active sex. All of the no. I want a snack so badly right now. Mark any of my drink off with the doing so I don't get too far. Alright. Got my highlighter handy. I'm gonna need it. I'm very surprised I haven't torn a page with the writing crop yet, but I haven't yet. Someday it will. I think if I used it sideways, it would. I take another step back and then turn to run, but in vain. Christian grabs me in one easy swoop while I squeal with delight, surprise, and shock. He hoists me over his shoulder and heads down the hall. He really likes this throwing her over his shoulder thing. This is a recurring thing. He's done this repeatedly. So this is his go-to is throwing tiny women over his shoulder. Ugh. Christian, I hiss, mindful of Jose upstairs, though whether he can hear us is doubtful. I steady myself by clasping his lower back, and then, on a brave impulse, I swat his behind, and he swats me right back. I'm surprised he didn't do a lot more than that. Ugh. Okay, headband wasn't doing anything. My hair is still short enough that it's spiky unless it's wet. I did wet it down to try and slick back a little. Just at least make it look like something. I'm gonna do like side parts once it gets a little longer. I tried it a couple times this week and it won't stay yet because it's not long enough. But another couple weeks it will be. Like I know the style that I'm going for now. It just needs to grow out a little bit. I hacked the bang in the front a little too short. Ow! I yelp. Shower time, he declares triumphantly. Put me down. I try and fail to sound disapproving. My struggle is futile. His arm is firmly clamped over my thighs, and for some reason I cannot stop giggling. Fond of these shoes? He asks, amused as he opens the door to his bathroom. I prefer them to be touching the floor. I attempt to snarl at him, but it's not very effective, as I can't keep laughter out of my voice. Your wish is my command, Miss Steele. Without putting me down, he strips off both my shoes and lets them clatter to the tile floor. Pausing by the vanity, he empties his pockets. Dead black Perry, keys, wallet, and keychain. I can only imagine what I look like in front of the mirror from this angle. When he's finished, he marches directly into his oversized shower. Christian, I scold loudly. Now his intent is clear. He switches the water on to max. Jeez. Arctic water spurts over my backside, and I squeal, then stop, mindful once more that Jose is above us. It's cold, and I'm fully clothed. The chilling water soaks into my dress, my panties, and my bra. I'm drenched once more, and I cannot stop giggling. This is in no way sexy. This is abusive. If it was warm, that's one thing, but also, why are you getting everyone's clothes wet for no reason? You're just making a mess. But also, putting ice cold water directly spraying onto her ass. He switches the. No, I squeal. Put me down. I swat him again, harder this time, and Christian releases me, letting me slide down his now soaked body. His white shirt is stuck to his chest, and his suit pants are sodden. I'm so, I'm, s- eh. I am soaked too, flushed, giddy, and breathless, and he's grinning down at me, looking so unbelievably hot. This would not be my thought right now. This would not be my thought right now at all. At all, this would not be my thought. He sobers, his eyes shining, and cups my face again, drawing me to his lips. His kiss is gentle, cherishing, and totally distracting. I no longer care that I'm fully clothed and soaking wet in Christian's shower. It's just the two of us beneath the cascading water. He's back, he's safe, and he's mine. Okay, so the possessiveness really going both ways here. His hands move involuntarily to his shirt as it clings to every line and sinew of his chest, revealing the hair scrunched beneath. The white wetness. I yank the shirt hem out of his pants and he groans against my mouth, but his lips do not leave mine. As I start to unbutton his shirt, He reaches for my zipper, slowly sliding the clasp down my dress. His lips become more insistent, more provocative, and his tongue invading my mouth, and my body explodes with desire. Not how women work. I tug his shirt hard, ripping it open. The buttons fly everywhere, ricocheting off the tiles and disappearing onto the shower floor. I strip the wet fabric off his shoulders and down his arms. I press him into the wall, hampering his attempts to undress me. Cufflinks, he murmurs, holding up his wrists where his shirt hangs sodden and limp. With scrambling fingers, I release the first one and then the other gold cufflink, letting them fall carelessly to the tiled floor, and his shirt follows. Why was he wearing cufflinks in like a normal business meeting? Like, as far as I don't think I've ever seen a pair of cufflinks in real person. I'm not really sure what the fuck they're for other than looking fancy, but most normal shirts don't use cufflinks. Usually it's like fancy go under a tux kind of shirts that have like oversized cuffs. So you need like cufflinks because they don't have buttons. But he was just wearing a normal shirt. Why does he have cufflinks on? I'm going to message a couple of people who might know about that later because this is a guy thing and I don't know. His eyes search mine through the cascading water, his gaze burning, carnal, heated like the water. I reach for the waistband of his pants, but he shakes his head and grabs my shoulders, spinning me around so I'm facing away from him. He finishes the long journey south with my zipper, soothes my wet hair away from my face, and runs his tongue up my neck to my hairline and back again, kissing and sucking as he goes. I could get behind some of that. I moan and he slowly peels my dress from my shoulders and down past my breasts, kissing my neck beneath my ear. He unclasps my bra and pushes it off, freeing my breasts. His hands reach around and cup each one as he murmurs his appreciation in my ear. So beautiful, he whispers. My arms are trapped in my bra and dress, which hang unfastened below my breasts. My arms are still in the sleeves, but my hands are free. I roll my head, giving Christian better access to my neck, and push my breasts into his magical hands. He has magic hands now. He has magic hands now. He has magic hands now because he fucking does. Of course he does. Of course he does. Of course he does. Okay, that should help. Okay, I don't want to be up till 2 a.m., so I'm trying to get through this. We got like 10 pages left, so I need to hurry. I reach around behind me and welcome his sharp intake of breath as my inquisitive fingers make contact with his erection. Because of course he's horny already, of course. He pushes his groin into my welcoming hands. Damn it, why didn't he let me take his pants off? He tugs on my nipples and they harden and stretch under his expert touch. While you're in the shower? Because really, I don't know, it doesn't really work for... All thoughts of his pants disappear and pleasure spikes sharp and libidinous in my belly. I lean my head back against him and groan. Yes, he breathes and turns me once more, capturing my mouth with his. He peels my broad dress and panties down so they join his shirt in a soggy heap on the shower floor. I grab the body wash beside us. Christian stills as he realizes what I'm about to do. Staring him straight in the eye, I squirt some of the sweet-smelling gel onto my palm and hold my hand up in front of his chest, waiting for an answer to my unspoken question. His eyes widen, then he gives me an almost imperceptible nod. Gently, I place my hand on his sternum and start to rub the soap into his skin. His chest rises as he inhales sharply, but he stands stock still. After a beat, his hands clasp my hips, but he doesn't push me away. He watches me wary, his look intense, more than scared. But his lips are parted as his breathing increases. Is it okay? I whisper. Yes. His short, breathy reply is almost a gasp, and I'm reminded of the many showers we've had together. But the one at the Olympic is a bittersweet memory. Well, now I can touch him. I wash him using gentle circles, cleaning my man, moving to his underarms, over his ribs, down his flat, firm belly, towards his happy trail and the waistband of his pants. So she's getting soap on the pants while she's doing this. And also, I want to know, who came up with the term happy trail? I really want to know. I want to know what inspired this. Same as I want to know on girls. Who coined the term landing strip or exclamation mark? Which is literally leaving a line of hair only that points directly at the clit because men don't know where it is. My turn, he whispers and reaches for the shampoo, shifting us out of range of the stream of water and squirting some on top of my head. I think this is my cue to stop washing him, so I hook my fingers into his waistband. He works the shampoo into my hair, his firm, long fingers massaging my scalp. Groaning in appreciation, I close my eyes and give myself over to the heavenly sensation. He's washing your hair, not like fucking fingering you. He chuckles and I open one eye to find him smiling down at me. You like? He grins. Me too, he says and leans over to kiss my forehead, his fingers continuing their sweet, firm kneading of my scalp. Turn around, he says authoritatively. I do as I'm told. Can somebody get me a counter on how many times her response is, quote, I do as I'm told? I'm not going to buy a Kindle version of this just to search it, but I bet I could Google it. His fingers work slowly over my head, cleansing, relaxing, loving me as they go. Oh, this is bliss. He reaches for more shampoo and gently washes the long tresses down my back. Her hair's not that long. When he finishes, he pulls me back under the shower. Lean your head back, he orders quietly. I willingly comply. He carefully rinses out the suds. When he's done, I face him once more and make a beeline for his pants. I want to wash all of you, I whisper. He smiles that lopsided smile and lifts his hand in a gesture that says, I'm all yours, baby. I grin. It feels like Christmas. I make short work of his zipper and soon his pants and boxers join the rest of our clothing. I stand and reach for the body wash and the freshwater sponge. This is gonna get twisted. She's gonna suck his dick with soap on it, isn't she? I need to find some edibles that don't make me sick. That just happened. Somehow just spilled down the outside of the glass and dropped it on my pants. That's great. These are clean. I should do laundry this weekend, though. Maybe tomorrow. No. Laundry was closed on Sunday, I think. Also, it's a bad day. But Monday is actually a pretty good day in this building to do laundry. As long as it's before people get out of work. If it's like between like 1 and 5 in the afternoon, Monday is a good day. Because I like doing laundry when there's nobody else around. Because I don't want to talk to anybody. And B, I don't like there's a fair number of machines here, but there's certain days when, like, Saturday is definitely the worst day to do laundry because it's everyone who can't do it during the week does. So that's why I actually try to do mine during the week. And I would quite happily do my laundry at 2 in the morning if for some utterly ridiculous reason they didn't lock the laundry room at 8 p.m., which I'm like, if I get home from work at like 6 in the evening, 6:30, and I need to do laundry and you lock it at 8, like, how am I ever supposed to do laundry? Like, I can kind of understand why they lock it at some point, even though, by the way, you need the front door key to this building to get into the laundry room, so you have to live here. So I don't understand why the fuck it's ever locked. Like, again, it's in the basement where there's no apartments on that floor, so the noise is not going to bother anyone. So why isn't it open 24/7 so I can do my laundry at 2 a.m. and not bother anyone? Looks like you're pleased to see me, I murmured dryly. I'm always pleased to see you, Miss Steele. He smirks at me. So I soap the sponge, then retrace my journey over his chest. He's more relaxed, maybe because I'm not actually touching him. I head south with the sponge across his belly, along the happy trail, through his pubic hair, and up and over his erection. Not sure exactly how that works. I peek up at him, and he regards me with hooded eyes and sensual longing. I like this look. I drop the sponge and use my hands, grasping him firmly. I told you, she's gonna suck it with soap on it. He closes his eyes, tips his head back, and groans, thrusting his hips into my hands. Oh, yes, it's so arousing. No, it's not. My inner goddess has resurfaced after her evening of rocking and weeping in the corner. She's wearing harlot red lipstick. My grandmother did tell me the once only whores wore red lipstick, and yet she herself had a signature bright red lipstick that she only wore to Sunday Mass. And my grandmother was devoutly Roman Catholic, though also okay with gay people in the early 90s. I have never understood this, but I was sitting on the couch next to her while her and my mom were talking about it the first time Canada tried to legalize gay marriage in the early 90s. It didn't pass, and it would take another 20 years, which is pathetic. And even as a child, I remember a child who knew they were gay already, but also knew they had to shut up about it because of their family and situation and the time and all that. Plus, it didn't seem to matter a great deal at the time because I wasn't old enough to actually do anything about it. So why, like, make an issue when it's not something relevant? Was also kind of the thinking of again, I was about 5 or 6. I'd known since I was about 3 or 4. And, but I remember a conversation between my mother and my grandmother because my grandmother was watching, like, noontime local news, and they were talking about the legislation that could have passed it, and they were showing clips of gay pride parades and discussing like local people's opinion, political, this, that. And my grandmother was on the phone to my mom, and I remember her saying I just don't see why people have a problem with this. Who are they bothering? They're not hurting anybody. They just want to marry each other and get married and have a good life. So why is that bothering anybody? They're not asking you to do it. They just want to be together with each other. So just let them, and then it's okay. And I remember thinking that was an incredibly enlightened position for a devout Roman Catholic woman in her 60s in 1993 to be taking. But I get her point, and that very much became my point of like, if it's somebody else's life, it's their sexuality, if it's what they want to do with their life, why the fuck do you care? Why does this bother you? How the fuck do you think this infringes on your rights in any way? But yeah, the whole thing was dumb. I also remember my grandmother asking my mother how two lesbians have sex because nobody involved has a penis. This is when my mother had to explain to her own mother that sex toys exist, because I guarantee you my grandmother did not know that. His burning eyes suddenly lock with mine. He's remembering something. It's Saturday, he exclaims, eyes alight with salacious wonder, and he grasps my waist, pulling me to him and kissing me savagely. Whoa, change of pace. His hands sweep down my slick, wet body around to my sex. Wait! Is he saying it's Saturday because of the contract? If that's it, I'm gonna die. Like, what, he programmed his sexuality to only be in full effect on the weekend when he knew he'd have a subby to take it out on? So he's like, oh, it's Saturday. I can be as horny as I want and bust a nut in this girl 50 times until Monday morning if I want, because she's my property at this point, so she can't say no. Even though they don't have that kind of relationship, he obviously has been operating the entire time as if they did. Is that why it's Saturday matters? If it is, also, it's Saturday! Even the book knows. Okay, it's just right there. I'm just saying the book knows what day it is. Knows where we're at. Exploring, teasing, his mouth is relentless, leaving me breathless. Yeah, that could be in a really good song. Written by somebody with any skills. His other hand is in my wet hair, holding me in place while I bear the full force of his passion unleashed. His fingers move inside me. Whoa! When did he stick his hand inside her? We missed that. Okay, so he's apparently fingering her in the shower. I'm highlighting some things. I'm gonna need to get some more highlighters. They go through ink really fast. Did that bleed through the page? Yes, it did. Okay, these pages bleed. Now I know that. Ah! AHH, so... Ah! Nobody clipped that. I moan into his mouth. Yes, he hisses and lifts me. I may actually clip that for myself. I'm gonna make a note on just that one. I'm writing it on the duck page. Nobody look. I need to start building some clips and sound effects for my own use. My own soundboard. Plus, I'm quite good with voices and sound effects. Yes, he hisses and lifts me, his hands beneath my backside. Oh, we're gonna have stand up, dick covered in soap being thrust into her vagina because that wouldn't cause a massive infection and probably burn. My legs obey and I cling like a limpet to his neck. Limpet, Limpet. Do I even fucking want to know what the hell that means? Because I get what they're implying, but is this an actual thing or did she make up a word? Because I think she made up a word here. I'm putting this in the Discord. If Discord will actually move. I'm hitting Z by accident. I don't have my home keys. He braces me against the wall of the shower and pauses, gazing down at me. Eyes open, he murmurs, I want to see you. I blink up at him, my heart hammering, my blood pulsing heavy through my body, desire real and rampant surging through me. Then he eases me, oh so slowly, filling me, claiming me, skin against skin. I push down against him and groan loudly. Once fully inside me, he pauses once more, his face strained and intense. You are mine, Anastasia, he whispers, because we need to be reminded of this. We need to be reminded of this so much that it's printed on the goddamn handcuffs that I still really need to wear because my wrists are like way too non-painful and non-marked. I don't like it when I have no marks. Always. He smiles victoriously and shifts, making me gasp. And now we can let everyone know because you said yes. So I'm going to publicly brag about my ownership and dominion over this woman I have brainwashed and beaten into submission, literally. His voice is reverential, and he leans down, capturing my mouth with his, and starts to move, slow and sweet. I close my eyes and tilt my head back as my body bows, my will submitting to his, slave to his intoxicating, slow rhythm. So he's turned her from someone who thinks spanking is too far into his literal slave. Nice that we get to know that. His teeth graze my jaw and my chin and down my neck as he picks up the pace, pushing me onward, upward, away from this earthy plane and the teeming shower, the evening's chilling fright. It's just me and my man moving in unison, moving in one. Has she ever called him her man before this chapter? Because I don't think she has. Except maybe it's a bitchy real estate agent who is clearly flirting, in which I would have like slapped the fuck out of that bitch, honestly, God. It's just me and my man moving in unison, moving as one, each completely absorbed in each other, our gasps and grunts mingling. I revel in the exquisite feeling of his possession as my body blooms and flowers around him. Sorry, the flowers reference was too far because I remember there's a book, I'm not even kidding, there's a book of flowers. It's literally just fucking pictures of flowers that young women, and I mean like 14, 15, when they were being married off, would be given and told like on their wedding night to quote, either lie back and think of England if you were in that place, or that they should lay back and just think of pictures of flowers where their husbands did sex to them because it was going to be so unpleasant, and especially if it's your first time, painful. No, I think I like Whoopi Goldberg's description in the original The Color Purple, which I now have to say original. I haven't seen the remake yet, and I hope it's really good. I know it got the sign off from like most of the original cast, so I assume that it's pretty heckin' good if most of the original cast signed off, because the original Color Purple is a fucking masterpiece. The fact that that movie is not like, I don't know if it actually won the Oscar, but the fact that it's not held in the same regard as like Citizen Kane, like, because it is so good. There's so much depth to it. Just so much depth and weight and just outstanding fucking acting from everybody in it. Just really a cinematic masterpiece. Up there with Ghostbusters in terms of being lightning in a bottle of creating a perfect movie. Yes, it's a different genre, that doesn't matter. The term still applies. One of my favorite one of my favorite moments in it is when Harlow and his buddy show Suge Knight that they like put a sign on the side of a cow to promote her like big singing night. It's such a sweet moment. It's so kind and sweet and just genuine. I don't know why, but that moment is just one of the sweetest moments in movie magic for me. I love it so much. But let's get through this. Ugh, how do I keep losing my focus when I'm by myself? This just tells you how my brain works on an average day. This is why I get nothing done. Then my kitchen's coming along. My other weekly goal, other than the A, highlighting this, B, job hunting, C, sorting out my YouTube shit, is also to give my kitchen a thorough once over. Like, it's fine, but I need to clean the oven, which I haven't done in like 6 months, and it needs it. And that's gonna be gross and disgusting. And then I'm definitely gonna have to do the floor afterwards. I may have to lock up the puppy because last time I tried to clean the oven, he tried to jump inside it, and that was really not good because I was using like bleach and oven cleaner and shit that I don't want on the dog. I think I have oven cleaner somewhere. I should. Do I? Did I use it? I don't know. I don't remember. But if you ever need to clean your oven, let me just say I highly recommend, this is not sponsored, Easy Off Fume Free Max. It's in a blue can, you spray it on, go to bed, and when you wake up in the morning, you can just wipe it off with like minimal effort and your oven looks shiny and brand new. Just make sure you get all of it before you turn the oven on. But it's fucking miracle product. It's I could have lost him, and I love him. I love him so much, and suddenly I'm overcome by the enormity of my love and the depth of my commitment to this man that I've known for 5 weeks, who is a violent psychopath and has done nothing but berate and abuse and basically hold me hostage this whole time. I will spend the rest of my life loving this man, which is gonna be about 3 weeks past your honeymoon by my guess. And with that awe-inspiring thought, I detonate around him. A healing, cathartic orgasm, crying out his name as tears flow down my cheeks. I'm not saying you can't cry before, during, or after sex. I've been known to do all of these things while not being abused, but he reaches his climax and pours himself into me. With his face buried in my neck, he sinks to the floor, holding me tightly. That sounds dangerous in a wet shower, like somebody's gonna bang their head. Kissing my face and kissing away my tears as the warm water spills around us, washing us clean. My fingers are pruny, I murmur, post-coital and sated as I lean against his chest. He raises my fingers to his lips and kisses each in turn. We really should get out of this shower. I'm comfortable here. I'm sitting between his legs and he's holding me close. I don't want to move. Christian murmurs his assent, but suddenly I'm bone tired and world weary. So much has happened this last week. He's walked for like 8 hours out of the woods. Christian murmurs as a sentence. Suddenly I'm bone tired and world weary. So much has happened this last week. Enough for a lifetime of drama. And now I'm getting married. A disbelieving giggle escapes my lips. For half of a split second, I once thought I was getting engaged. It was a good feeling. Before I realized the guy I thought was going to propose had just been using me the entire time and actually had no real interest in any kind of relationship or commitment whatsoever, and I felt like a complete moron. But hey, when you're a desperate fool who nobody's ever loved, you fall for shit like that. Something amusing you, Miss Steele? He asks fondly. It's been a busy week. He grins. That it has. I thank God you're back in one piece, Mr. Gray, I whisper, sobering at the thought of what might have been. He tenses and I immediately regret reminding him. Stop that. I was scared, he confesses, much to my surprise. Earlier? He nods, his expression serious. Holy shit. So you made light of it to reassure your family? Yes. I was too low to land well, but somehow I did. There's a line! I'm boarding that line to Mark so he can mock it. If I can spell. I want to get it right. I was too low. Ah! Why do I keep losing my place? Am I getting a popping sound? Okay, I just noticed Ralph is missing from his stage, so I'm gonna go look for him for 2 seconds and I'll be right back and get another glass of wine because I'm out. We have like 8 pages left. 2 seconds, because seriously, I need to know where the duck is before the dog finds it. Like 2 freaking seconds, please. Okay, Ralph has been found safe. I think the fan just knocked him down, but he's here. He's good. He's all good in the hood. Oh, I forgot to refill my glass. All right. It's getting awkward to hold because there's not enough pages left. So he even admits he has no idea how he landed the helicopter when he was that low and like should have just buried into the dirt. Doesn't explain how nobody saw it. Crap. My eyes sweep up to his and he looks grave as the water cascades over us. How close a call was it? He gazes down at me. Close. He pauses. For a few awful seconds I thought I'd never see you again. Well, that was the intent. He doesn't know this yet, but on some level I feel like he does know this. I hug him tightly. I can't imagine my life without you. Guy I met 5 weeks ago. Christian, I love you so much it frightens me. You should also be afraid of that. There is such a thing as loving somebody too much. It's where danger and bad things happen. I have said the words in my life, like, I want to stop loving at 100 all the time. I want to love somebody at a 50. And that comes from a show I will not name because they probably will copyright this entire live stream just for naming them. But it was a very insightful thing from the person who said it. Me too, he breathes. My life would be empty without you. I love you so much. It would take him at least a week to find another whore. His arms tighten around me and he nuzzles my hair. People above me are partying and they're getting fucking loud. They've been at it for an hour, but now they're on the balcony and they're really fucking loud. I won't ever let you go. I don't want to go. Ever. I kiss his neck and he leans down and kisses me gently. After a moment, he shifts. Come. Let's get you dry and into bed. I'm exhausted and you look beat. I lean back and arch an eyebrow at his choice of words. He cocks his head to one side and smirks at me. You have something to say, Miss Steele? I shake my head and rise unsteady to my feet. Oh, yeah, because he's beat her so much because we can't use the word spanking even though we say it's spanking and it's fine. She uses the word beating every time, which is insulting. I'm sitting up in bed. Christian insisted on drying my hair. He's quite skilled at it. How that happened is an unpleasant thought, so I dismiss it immediately. Yeah, forget the fact that he learned to do it with his 15 previous subs, at least 11 of whom are dead. Yeah, never mind he learned how to dry hair with other women. I'm just gonna ignore that he's ever had a woman before me. Like, I don't get that either. Like, being jealous of somebody's past. I don't care. You know, Dennis Leary said it best. When it comes to guys, we only care about the one who came right before us, literally and figuratively. Yep. Because the only thing I want to know about your most recent ex is, are you genuinely over them? And are they a psycho stalker who's not over you? These are the only 2 things I need to know about them. I don't need their name or what they look like or why you fucked them or anything else. All I need to know is, are they going to be a problem for me? It's after 2 in the morning and I'm ready to sleep. Christian gazes down at me and re-examines the keychain before climbing into bed. He shakes his head, incredulous once more. This is so neat. The best birthday present I've ever had. He glances at me, his eyes soft and warm. Better than my signed Giuseppe Di Natale poster. Somebody tell me in the comments who the fuck that is that I should care. If he said my signed Marquis de Sade poster, I'd get that. I would have told you earlier, but since it was going to be your birthday, what do you give the man who has everything? I thought I'd give you me. Okay, so she admits it. This is going on the highlight list for the burn video of her just admitting that she has property and has now given herself to him as fucking property. I hate that I am OCD about the way I highlight because it's wasteful. Really need to learn how to make my own highlighters. There's got to be a way. It can't be that much. Like vinegar and food coloring, maybe? No, that would probably melt the pages. But something in food coloring. I think there should be a way to make your own highlighters. Maybe I'll TikTok it. I don't have TikTok, but I bet I could Google it. He puts the keychain down on the bedside table and snuggles in beside me, pulling me into his arms against his chest so that we're spooning. It's perfect. Like you. I smirk, though he can't see my expression. I'm far from perfect, Christian. Are you smirking at me, Miss Steele? How does he know? Because there's a mirror on the wall you can't see that's reflecting your face. I may or may not have written that in my fan fiction as a real thing, but I wrote it for real. And it makes sense when I wrote it. How does he know? Maybe, I giggle. Can I ask you something? Of course. He nuzzles my neck. You didn't call on your trip back from Portland. Was that really because of Jose? You were worried about me being here alone with him? How does him not calling have anything to do with that? I would think him calling would be more... I think my brain just quit. Because that makes negative sense in the Negaverse. Nah, I retract the Negaverse comment because Sailor Moon is way cooler than this shit and I don't want to associate it with it. One of my biggest childhood regrets of Halloween, my mom bought all the material and the pattern to make me a Sailor Mars costume because that's who I wanted to be, not Sailor Moon, but Sailor Mars because I had long black hair like her and also she was the coolest and by far the smartest and most powerful of the group. Never actually happened. She didn't make the costume, but I wound up using a yellow dress I have to go as Princess Serenity. I won second place in a mall costume contest. But I was very unhappy and Mom didn't understand my costume, which led to fighting and stupid. And I'm just saying, if you're a parent, you don't have to understand your kid's costume. If they say I want to be this, you Google a picture of that and then you make your kid look like it. You don't have to fucking understand it or agree with it. It's important to your child. Just do it and shut up. Unless they're saying I want to be Christian Bale in American Psycho, shut up. Or Christian Grey in this. Why is it with the character's name Christian? Because also Christian Troy. I mean, is it just the dichotomy of having the name Christian with an evil character? Is that why it happens so often? Probably. Christian says nothing, and I turn to face him. His eyes are wide as I approach him. They're not actually doing that. Do you know how ridiculous it is? How much stress you put on your family and me through? We all love you very much. He blinks a couple times and gives me a shy smile. I had no idea you'd all be so worried. And there it is. That's everything I've been saying, is that he doesn't get that people love him, and I get that the book wants to make that a point, but you would have had to build up to that in like a massive fucking way before this. And this is just out of nowhere. And while it, like, you know, I'm sure somewhere she read an article that talked about this, about, you know, kids who were adopted earlier of trauma, having abandonment issues and being unable to bond. And that's what this is from. But she didn't do it properly because it's bullshit. He's not a 5-year-old. He's like 30 and successful. I purse my lips. When are you going to get it through your thick skull that you are loved? Thick skull? His eyes widen in surprise. I nod. Yes, thick skull. Because what to do with an emotionally abused person to the point where they've shut down the love receptors in their life and are unable to perceive good feelings from others is to call them an idiot and tell them they're stupid. That's a really good idea. Also, yes, Oh, persnickety, you are so right. No way in hell. Like, I cringed reading that. He's not a snuggler. Ever. They've never held each other in bed. He said, like, until 3 weeks ago, he'd never even slept in bed with somebody else before. Like, come on. Yeah. But no, this is supposed to be the moment when they're all happy and it's perfect, and then we have like a dark, ominous ending to lead into the third book. We've only got this much left. We've only got next week left, and then we're done. So they gotta build some false drama somewhere. That's not the sound of my stomach growling because I'm really hungry. We got like 8 pages left and I'm getting through this. I don't think the bone density of my head is significantly higher than anywhere else in my body. I'm serious. Stop trying to make me laugh. I'm still a little mad at you. Though that's partially eclipsed by the fact that you're home safe and sound when I thought. My voice fades as I recall those anxious few hours. Well, you know what I thought. His eyes soften as he reaches up to caress my face. I'm sorry, okay? Your poor mom, too. It was very moving seeing you with her. I whisper. He smiles shyly. I've never seen her that way. He blinks at the memory. Yes, that's really something. She's normally so self-possessed. It was quite a shock. See? Everyone loves you. I smile. Perhaps now you'll start believing it. I lean down and kiss him gently. Happy birthday, Christian. I'm glad you're here to share your day with me. And you haven't seen what I've got you for tomorrow. Today, I smirk. There's more? He says, astounded, and his face erupts in a breathtaking grin. Oh yes, Mr. Gray, but you'll have to wait until then. Like I said, I watched the movies with a friend who had never seen them, and like halfway through the third one, I randomly, as a joke, blurted out, "You know this ends with him burying her in the basement, right?" To which my friend went, "Really?" And 100% believe me. 100% believe me. Because that is the logical end, even in the movies, where they tried to fix his creepy stalkerness and just couldn't. Because there's too much of it. I suddenly wake up from a dream or nightmare. My pulse is thumping. That says nightmare. I turn, panicked, and to my relief. Again, you're waking up panicked. Nightmare. Christian is fast asleep beside me. Because I've shifted, he stirs and reaches out in his sleep, draping his arm over me, and rests his head on my shoulder, sighing softly. So literally, she is his comfort object at night that he needs to cuddle so he doesn't have bad dreams. And for anyone wondering, I didn't invent the term comfort object. It comes from the book The Giver, which they made a halfway decent movie out of. The movie doesn't get the concept, and it doesn't go into it enough, and it's too short, and it's simplistic as fuck, and I didn't like it, but it at least tried. I can give it that. The movie tried. It needed to be an hour longer and written by better people, but it tried, and it kind of got some of the concept, though certainly not fully, and it was mostly about being a showcase for young idiots in a artsy, over-the-top movie. So it was garbage, but, again, just wasted ambition. The room is flooded with light. It's 8 o'clock. Christian never sleeps this late. He walked for like 8 hours yesterday. He's fucking tired and got home at midnight. And then he fucked until like 4 in the morning. He's been asleep for like maybe 4 hours. I'm not bitching if he's... Also, he was like missing and presumed dead like 10 hours ago. Let the dude have a day off. I lie back and my racing heart calms. Why the anxiety? Is this the aftermath of last night and all the feelings you were suppressing the entire time? Yes. I turn and stare at him. He's here. He's safe. And I take a deep steadying breath and gaze at his lovely face. A face that is now so familiar. All its dips and shallows eternally etched on my mind. He looks so much younger when he's asleep. And I grin because today he's a whole year older. I hug myself, thinking about my present. Oh, what will he do? If she jumps out of a cake naked, he's going to shoot everyone in the room so that no existing memory of her naked lives on outside of his memory. How cool of a scene would that make, honest to God? Like the opening scene in Ghost Ship, which is really, really, really fucking cool. I find Jose at the counter eating a bowl of cereal. I can't help but flush when I see him. He knows I've spent the night with Christian. Why do I suddenly feel so shy? It's not as if I'm naked or anything. I'm wearing my floor-length silk wrap. Okay, I'm sorry. You're walking around in a fucking silk wrap, which is as body clinging as anything could be. I definitely can see your tits and probably the outline of your vagina walking around in that. In front of a guy you know is sexually obsessed with you to the point that he physically sexually assaulted you. And you forgave it, but obviously he knows that you spent last night banging your boyfriend. And again, why is he here? He said he was leaving early. Why isn't he just gone in the morning? I pretend that Taylor murdered him and buried him on the side of Mount St. Helens with the other 11 subs, as we've now established that that is where they're buried. Thank you, Mark. Morning, Jose. I smile, brazening it out. Morning, Jose. Hey, Anna. His face lights up, genuinely pleased to see me. There's no hint of teasing or salacious contempt in his expression. Sleep well? I ask. Sure. Some view from up here. Also, the penthouse apparently has multiple floors. We didn't know this before, but I guess it does. Yeah, it's pretty special. Like the owner of the apartment. Want a real man's breakfast? I tease. Love some. It's Christian's birthday today. I'm making him breakfast in bed. He's awake? No, I think he's fried from yesterday. I quickly glance away from him and head to the fridge so he can't see my blush. Geez, it's only Jose. Why are you blushing? And where's the housekeeper? She lives there and went to bed last night wearing Christian sweats, which also, by the way, the housekeeper's comfortable enough to wear Christian sweats. He's definitely banged her between when he had subs. When I take the eggs and bacon out of the fridge, Jose is grinning at me. You really like him, don't you? I purse my lips. I love him, Jose. His eyes widen momentarily, and then he grins. What's not to love? He asks, gesturing around the great room. Oh! Oh, I'm slapping him in the face and throwing him the fuck out. Because he just called her a gold-digging whore. For anyone who doesn't get, by him going, what's not to love, and gesturing to the apartment, he's calling her a gold-digging fucking slut. And for a guy who's done what he's done, I am taking that cereal bowl, whacking you across the face with it and saying, there's the front door, get the fuck out and don't ever contact me again, you fucking rapist loser. Don't you fucking judge me after what you did. And you want to fucking call me something, you fucking, after you took pictures of me without my consent, without my knowledge, and made them part of a public show and sold them for tens of thousands of dollars without my permission, now you want to say that I'm doing something? Fuck you, fuck off. If he appears in the third book, as I said, I'm skipping every goddamn page in which his name is mentioned. I'm skipping the entire page, no matter how important it is. I don't give a flying fuck. I'm skipping the entire page. Any page that contains Jose's name, because he's that useless and stupid, and the book is so unjustified in including him. Any page with his name on it in the third book is getting skipped entirely. I'm drying my face off. I'm dreading at how obnoxious this shit is. Ugh. And when I'm done being sick, I'll be so happy. 3 weeks, these fucking body chills. I scowl at him. Gee, thanks. Hey, Anna, just kidding. I don't care. Get the fuck out. Will I always have Will I always have this leveled at me that I'm marrying Christian for his money? Yes! Seriously, I'm kidding. You've never been that kind of girl, like you would know. And her mother is, so yeah. Omelet good for you? I asked, changing the subject. I don't want to argue. Hit him in the face with the frying pan. Don't make an omelet in it. Sure. And me, Christian says as he saunters into the great room. Holy fuck. He's wearing only pajama bottoms that hang in that way off his totally hot hips. I had to look up what the fuck E.L. James meant in that way. Apparently it means that it hangs partially off his hips so you can see the start of the happy trail and like the top of the penis, but not the actual dick, just the like groin V area that leads to the dick, but it's like really suggestive and you'd never do it in public or it'd be indecent exposure. But apparently that's what that way means or is supposed to mean. I don't know. Again, not something I find sexy. Again, I'm queer as fuck, so I'm not attracted to men because of physical, only intellectual if it's a man, whereas women, I am attracted to the physical. And also the intellectual. I mainly consider myself pan above anything else. Because it's, even if I am physically attracted to a woman, that's not enough to get me actually interested. I wouldn't do anything about it. I'd just be like, oh yeah, she's hot. I don't give a flying fuck. If I want to actually fuck somebody, it's because they're intellectually sexy. That's what makes me want to ride whatever they got to offer, and it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter gender, age, looks, nothing. That's not what gets it going. I was going to bring you breakfast in bed. Swaggering over, he wraps his arms around me, tilts my chin, and plants a loud, wet kiss on my lips. Very un-50, almost like he's being possessive. Good morning, Anastasia, he says. I want to scowl at him and tell him to behave. But it's his birthday. I flush. Why is he so territorial? This is not news, you fucking idiot! Again, I'm going to point out that the handcuffs sold with this shit literally have engraved on them the words, "You are mine." That's engraved on the merch that they sold with this. This is actual 50 Shades merch, as you can see. And it says, "You are mine." It's been way too long since I got to wear these, by the way. So for Christmas, could somebody please, or Halloween, since that's my actual favorite holiday, and I'm planning to game all day and live stream it. So if somebody could please buy these for me for Halloween and let me put some marks on my wrists again because I missed them, that would be lovely. Not now because we're almost done, but next week would be great. Still time to sponsor a duck, though, if anybody would like to sponsor a duck. And I think my StreamYards is working, but I can't actually confirm it because nobody's tried it yet. I really would like to know if it's actually working. Tomorrow I might legitimately get a friend of mine to try and donate like 10 cents just to see if it's working. I'm not sure if we can do that, but like, you know, whatever amount, I'll refund it back to him after, but just to see if it's actually working. Because I worked my butt off all day emailing back and forth on setting and resetting and reattaching and reconnecting, and I just hope it's finally working. Because if it's not, I really don't know what else I could do. I've done everything that they said, and they've done everything, and I've done everything, and like, so if it's not working now, I don't know what the actual. It's his birthday, so he gets to be a dick, and he always is. Who the fuck cares? Good morning, Christian. Happy birthday. I give him a smile, and he smirks at me. I'm looking forward to my other present, he says, and that's it. I flush the color of the red room of pain and glance nervously at Jose, who's looking like he swallowed something unpleasant. I turn away and start preparing the food. So what are your plans today, Jose? Christian asks, seemingly casual, as he sits down on the bar stool. I'm heading up to see my dad and Ray, Anna's dad. He knows Anastasia's second stepfather. Sounds like 5. They know each other? Yeah, they were in the army together. They lost contact until Anna and I were in college together. It's kind of cute. They're best buds now. They're going on a fishing trip. Is one of them not going to come back? Is one of them going to get eaten by Victoria and her vampire army? Because they should. Fishing. Christian is genuinely interested. No, he's not. Yeah, some great catches in these coastal waters. Steelheads can grow way big. True. My brother Elliot and I landed a 34-pound steelhead once. I think that's actually within like an acceptable range for that fish. Because I've seen steelheads, like they're in some very popular places here, so I've heard of them, and I know about there's been issues with like people not overfishing them, but like people dynamiting rivers or fishing with dynamite because they come up here and think that that's legal, whereas it's like, no, that's a felony. Throwing dynamite in the water is like 10 years in jail, so don't do it. But I think 34 pounds is like a reasonable weight for a steelhead. They're a type of salmon. They're very exclusive. They're very hard to catch. But I think that's reasonable. I'm not sure what the record is, but they can get quite fat. £34, not bad. And his father, though, he holds the record. A 43-pounder. You're kidding, he never said. Happy birthday, by the way. Thanks. So where do you like to fish? Not at all clear who's saying any of these lines because none of them are tagged. I zone out. This I do not need to know. But at the same time, I'm relieved. See, Christian? Jose's not so bad. Oh, you fucking idiot. You fucking I cannot. This page is getting burned. I'm writing the word burned across it because it's that bad. I'm taking a marker. Do we see this marker? I'm writing the word burn across it because this page deserves to be burned. You don't think I did it? I did. And I don't mark books, okay? I have a thing, as Lady Heather said famously in CSI and said it well, people who have a general disregard for keeping books whole, but general disregard for keeping things whole. I'm paraphrasing badly because I'm a little drunk. But I've never marked a book in my life before this series. I actually have like had a conniption fit when people have or have damaged my books. I've made people replace books of mine because they creased the spine. I'm not kidding. I told them I lent it to you in mint condition. It either comes back to me in mint condition or you replace it. And when they tried to return it with the spine bent 9 ways from Sunday because they creased it open the entire time they were reading it, I'm like, no, that is yours now. You get to buy me a mint copy like the one I gave you. So I have like a neurotic Sheldon Cooper level thing with books. And yet somehow I am not like autistic triggered to burn these or write on them because I think somewhere in my brain I don't consider these books. My brain has made an exception somewhere because this really should be bothering the fuck out of me to do this, and it's not. Whereas if I were doing this to another book off my bookshelf, I went into my room right now and grabbed a random book on my bookshelf and tried to put a marker to it, I'd have a meltdown and cry my fucking eyes out before I do it. I would literally have a meltdown and beg not to do it like Quark in Move Along Home when he thought somebody was going to die. Like that. But this book, no problem. Mentally, no problem. There's something very telling about that. I'll hold you to that. He waves at us from... wait, I skipped a couple of pages. By the time Jose makes to leave, both of us are much more relaxed with each other. Christian quickly changes into a t-shirt and jeans, and barefoot, he accompanies Jose and me to the foyer. Thanks for letting me crash here, Jose says to Christian as he shakes my hand. Anytime, Christian smiles. Jose hugs me quickly. Stay safe, Anna. Sure. Great to see you. I feel like Jose and Kate and like a couple other people have just decided that Anastasia is going to sacrifice herself to the serial killer known as Christian Grey, and they've just decided there's nothing they can do about it, so they've given up. I kind of feel like that's true. Molly's not so bad. He still wants into your panties, Anna, but I can't say I blame him. Christian, that's not true. You have no idea, do you? He smirks down at me. He wants you. Big time. I frown. Christian, he's just a friend. A good friend. And I'm suddenly aware that I sound like Christian when he's talking about Mrs. Robinson. The thought is unsettling. Okay, if there weren't 4 pages left, I would beat the fuck out of that statement because they're not the same thing! She was an abusive rapist who took advantage of an emotionally vulnerable, unstable child who was a friend, who was the son of her best friend, and raped and abused and tortured him for several years until she thought she could mold him into marrying her once he became successful, and still claims ownership. And he's claiming like Jose's like bullshit infatuation and once attempted rape is the same thing. It's not the same thing. Stop it. Stop conflating the two. Stop pretending, oh, he needs to get over Jose and she needs to get over Mrs. Robinson because they both have a past. They both have a past with people they don't mutually like about each other that they were with. It's not the fucking same. He was underage minor and she took advantage and literally like fucked him up worse than he already was. And raped him because she was like 40 and he was 16. Also, wow, does the highlighter bleed through? And that was on one pass. Christian holds up his hand in a placating gesture. I don't want to fight, he says softly. Oh, we're not fighting, are we? Me neither. You didn't tell him we're getting married. No, I figured I'd tell Mom and Ray first. Fair play, honest to God, fair play. Shit, it's the first time I've thought about this since I said yes. Jeez, what are my parents going to say? Yeah! Granted, my parents are dead, and my grandparents, so I have nobody to answer to in my life. I literally have nobody to answer to. If somebody walked up to me right now and said, marry me, I have nobody to answer to. But there were times when I did, and the thought did come, like, if I actually do get serious and I have to bring somebody to these people, how is that going to work? It wasn't always a good thought. But now I have nobody to answer to, so I guess I'm available for sale. I don't know. Like, it'd be real ones, be like, who fucking cares? You know, when you know you're gonna die alone, it's freeing in some way. What's that famous quote? You'll die alone and unremarked and unremembered. Well, maybe that's the best of us. Christian nods. Yes, you're right. And I should ask your father. I don't think he's the kind of guy who goes for the I should ask your daddy thing. I think she would have to tell him that, like, hey, out of respect and decorum and social whatever the fuck, you should ask my father, just to, I don't feel like he would know this. I feel like she would have to tell him. It's traditional, Christian shrugs. Let's talk about that later. I want to give you your other present. Is it letting him finally do her up the ass? Because that's about the only thing that he's wanted that he hasn't gotten. My aim is to distract him. The thought of my present is burning a hole in my subconscious. I need to give it to him and see how he reacts. I swear to God, if it was a positive pregnancy test, this would make this book so much better. He gives me a shy smile and my heart skips a beat. For as long as I live, I'll never tire of looking at that smile. You're biting your lip again, he says and pulls on my chin. I would have practically cut his hands off by now for touching my face so much. I fucking hate it. A thrill runs through my body as his fingers touch me. Without a word, and while I still have a modicum of courage, I take his hand and lead him back to the bedroom. I drop his hand, leaving him standing by the bed. And from under my side of the bed, I take out the 2 remaining gift boxes. 2? He says, surprised. I take a deep breath. I bought this before the, incident yesterday. I'm not sure about it now. I quickly hand him one of the parcels before I can change my mind. He gazes at me puzzled, sensing my uncertainty. Sure you want me to open it? I nod anxiously. Christian tears off the packaging and gazes at me in surprise. Charlie Tango, I whisper. He grins. The box contains a small wooden helicopter with a large solar-powered rotor blade. He opens it. Okay, this does sound like a cool thing to have on your desk, I will say. This does sound freaking cool. Solar powered, he murmurs. Wow. And before I know it, he's sitting on the bed assembling it. It snaps together quickly, and Christian holds it up in the palm of his hand. A blue wooden helicopter. He looks up at me and gives me his glorious, all-American boy smile. Then heads to the window so the little helicopter is bathed in sunlight and the rotor starts to spin. I don't remember any of this fucking shit. Though also, did they ever sell models of these helicopters as a promo item for these books/movies? Because I bet they did. I bet you can find, I bet somewhere, even if it never went like major, I bet if I Googled right now and tried to find a wooden model of Charlie Tango, I bet I could. I bet somebody actually made this product somewhere. Look at that, he breathes, examining it closely. What we can already do with this technology. Of what, wood? He holds it at eye level, watching the blade spin. He's fascinated and fascinating to watch as he loses himself in the thought, staring at the little helicopter. What is he thinking? Well, he nearly died in it yesterday, so no, I would not have given this to him. And I love it. Thank you. He grabs me and kisses me swiftly, then turns back to watch the rotor spin. I'll add it to the glider in my office, he says distractedly, watching the blades spin. He moves his hand out of the sunlight and the blades slow down and come to a stop. I can't help my face-splitting grin, and I want to hug myself. He loves it. Of course. He's all about alternative technologies. I think that's the first time we've heard anything about what the fuck he actually does. Apparently it's something with, we've been told communications technology, alternative technology, and he has an obsession about food and starvation. So something, all of those three, he makes $125 every 15 minutes, as he claims. It'll keep me company while I salvage Charlie Tango. Is it salvageable? I don't know. I hope so. I'll miss her otherwise. I don't think that's a thing. I think once your helicopter's caught on fire and both the engines have caught on fire, what the fuck is there left to salvage, really? Like, I'm sorry, but buy a new helicopter and just name it the same thing. Also, yours was probably like a 5-year-old model anyway, and aren't you all about the newest and the best? So this gives you an excuse to upgrade your helicopter penis to the latest, brightest, flashiest, stupidest model? I don't know. I hope so. I'll miss her. Otherwise, her? I'm shocked at myself for my small pang of jealousy I feel for an inanimate object. Okay, everyone knows that like ships and planes and like all that shit is always, and trains are always called her. Don't ask me why, they just are. Like Captain Kirk was married to the USS Enterprise and called it her. So did Scotty. It's just a thing that guys do. Get over it, and everybody knows this. What's in the other box? He asks, his eyes wide with almost childish excitement. Holy fuck. I'm not sure if this present is for you or me. It's gotta be a butt plug. Really? He asks, and I know I have piqued his interest. Nervously, I hand him the second box, and he shakes it gently, and we both hear a heavy rattle. It's definitely a butt plug, I swear to God. Why are you so nervous? He asks, bemused, and I shrug, embarrassed and flush. He raises his eyebrow. You have me intrigued, Miss Steele, he whispers, and his voice runs right through me, desire and anticipation spawning in my belly. I have to say, I'm enjoying your reaction. What have you been up to? His eyes narrow speculatively. I swear you just said the same line twice at once. Yeah, he basically says you've intrigued me like twice in like 2 lines. I remain tight-lipped and hold my breath. He removes the lid of the box and takes out the small card. The rest of the contents are wrapped in tissue. He opens the card and his eyes dart quickly to mine, widening in shock or surprise. I don't know. Do rude things to you? He murmurs. I nod and swallow. He cocks his head to one side warily, assessing my reaction, and frowns. Then he turns his attention back to the box. He tears through the pale blue tissue paper and fishes out an eye mask and some nipple clamps and a butt plug! Ooh. Okay, I gotta check my connection to my second monitor. When I banged the desk like this, it went out for a second, so I think one of my connections is loose. But I called it, I fucking called it. He fishes out an eye mask, some nipple clamps, a butt plug, his iPod, and his silver gray tie. And last but by no means least, the key to his playroom. I'm sorry, did she rob him while he wasn't looking? Where did she get the key? Because it was very heavily implied that he keeps the key, like, on him at all times. So where the fuck did she get the key? I need to know. Everything else I can understand. Where did she get the key? Where? I demand to know. Because no, she fucking didn't. And I told you there'd be a butt plug. He gazes at me, his expression dark, unreadable. Oh shit, is this a bad move? You want to play? He asks softly. Yes, I breathe. For my birthday? Yes. Could my voice sound any smaller? So I will give you anal, but only on your birthday. See, most women just go with a blowjob. Like, myriad emotions cross his face, none of which I can place, and he settles for anxious. Not quite the reaction I was expecting. You're sure? He asks. Not the whips and stuff. I understand that. Yes, then, I'm sure. He shakes his head and gazes down at the contents of the box. Sex mad and insatiable. Well, I think we could do something with this lot. He murmurs almost to himself and then puts the contents back in the box. When he glances at me again, his expression is completely changed. Holy cow. His eyes burn. His mouth lifts in a slow, erotic smile, and he holds out his hand. Okay, as far as I remember, they don't have anal in the books, but if they do, they're better in the movies. Now, he says, and it's not a request. My belly clenches tight and hard, deep, deep down, meaning her vagina is throbbing because she's turned on. I put my hand in his. Come, he orders, and I follow him out of the bedroom. My heart in my mouth. Desire races slick and hot through my blood, and my insides tighten with hungry anticipation. Finally! End of chapter, and I call the world's biggest fucking bullshit. Okay, I call all the bullshit that she's like, oh, finally, we're gonna do anal. When that's been the thing she's been, like, the most against the entire fucking time since the beginning. And didn't know what a butt plug was, and still doesn't know because he didn't explain it properly. But are you kidding me? Finally, it's going to be the last word when I burn this. I'm calling that right now. But she has had no desire to do this, and in fact, the exact opposite the entire time. And I get giving your man something special on his birthday. Back when I used to be thinking I'd have to live my life closeted, I definitely said more than once that I was perfectly willing to, quote, this is how I saw it as a teenager because I didn't really understand what straight sex was, that I would, quote, bounce around the bed with my husband every, 2 times a week, and I would blow him on his birthday. But that was what I said in the Christian church that was trying to marry me off to somebody. Bullshit, blah, 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 long, incredibly long story. Yeah, that too. Why didn't you just Google all this shit, like, so much? Because he even told her. He tells her in the beginning, do your homework, do your research, look these things up, study them. And yet she never actually does any of that. And yet somehow she knows what, like, anal fisting is, but not a butt plug. And she has no idea what genital clamps are when I think they're pretty self-explanatory. And also, how are you about to graduate college? You're like 24 and you don't know fuck about shit. And I get she's obviously been homeschooled since birth and she was a virgin and blah, 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 fucking blah. But seriously, nobody is that stupid or naive. I think I knew what butt plugs were when I was like 11. Not saying that's a good thing or like my life should be emulated, but I'm saying it's not. Also true. Yeah, there is a montage in the movie of her actually looking shit up And she looks up like the term submissive and dominant, and she looks up all kind of things, and yet somehow she doesn't know what a butt plug is when it's the most basic of basic things. Like really, really, really basic. Right? Exactly. There are things that are self-explanatory, and yet she's just oblivious the whole time. It's like, no, stop. You don't have the right to be this stupid. No. Book apparently does. Yeah. But we've got 2 chapters left. Next week is the grand finale of 50 Shades Darker. We are ending it, and I will burn personally chosen worst pages ever live on stream at the end. I will burn the worst pages of this book before I burn the entirety of this book. And we will have a very good time. At least if all goes according to plans. I'm hoping that I can indulge in some Chinese food to load up that night because I love me some Chinese food. One of these days I really gotta do a mukbang video with some Chinese. But only if it's sponsored. So if anybody's interested in sponsoring, let me know. But next week will be the finale of 50 Shades Darker, and then we will move on to 50 Shades Freed in the following week, which is to be intermittent with a hopefully all-day Halloween live stream I'm hoping to do of me playing Until Dawn, if all goes according to plan. So please check out the channel on Halloween if you want to check that out. I've never had the chance to play it. You've heard me talk about it. It's finally on PC. I think I have a way to get a copy before Halloween and make an all-day thing out of it, which will be awesome. And if anyone wants to co-play, I don't even have to know you. If you want to jump in and be second player, let me know. We'll talk about it because it is a multiplayer optional game. But I know that they have changed things. I have deliberately not watched anything of the remake. I've not watched anyone play it. I don't know any of the changes that they made or the new story that they added. I know they added a lot of new content. Everyone says it's awesome. The remaster looks really great. I think they called multiple actors back like 10 years later to do some ADR for them. So I think they really put the effort in. I think it's really worth it. So I'm really hoping all goes according to plan and then my computer will run it. And it's been a lifetime since I played a fucking PC game. So this is going to be a slog. But I'm hoping I can figure it out. I may initially play just the opening scene just to get my feels for the controls. But I don't know. We'll see. Hopefully I want to live stream it all day and just play the entire game. I've never done that. Not an entire game in one day, but it does seem reasonable because it was originally about an 8 to 10 hour game. So unless they've added a ton of new content, I should be playable within one day. At least to one of the endings. It has multiple endings. For anyone who doesn't know, this is a choose your own adventure game. It has multiple endings, a lot of them, like a serious lot of them, and a lot of variation that can happen within the game. So I'm looking at doing one playthrough where I haven't decided yet if I'm going to try to kill everybody or keep everybody alive. Killing everyone is shorter. Keeping everyone alive is definitely longer. But also it gives you more of the story. So there's a point to which keeping everyone alive up to a certain point in the story is beneficial just so you can see it all. But then in the last like 2 chapters, if you want to kill everyone, it's kind of okay because you've already seen everything. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see who lives or dies or what new things I get tripped up by that I don't know. If I can find all the collectibles, if I can put the story together, it should be a good time. I'm planning for it to be a really good time. So I hope everyone will be here on Halloween. Check it out. But before that, next week, next Saturday, we will have the finale of 50 Shades Darker. So I'll be here. Consider sponsoring a duck for such an occasion. No, you can't cook it or eat it, but it will live on in forever with whatever name you give it. And that would be awesome. So until then, I hope you all had a very good evening and enjoyed yourselves and at least had a laugh or two. And until then, love a fur baby. Love and snuggle on a fur baby. And take care of yourself. Be good to yourself. And please be responsible this Halloween. It's the best holiday ever. So let's all be good together and give out full-size candy bars, not that mini crap, and put all the reflectors on your kids at night, even if they hate it and it ruins their costume. They'll thank you when they don't get hit by a car. Until then, I will see you all next week. Love yourselves. Love on a fur baby. Thank you for being here. I hope you all had a good time. I'll see you soon. Bye-bye.